With the return of the Ranger to Deep Space 17, the crew looks to return to the shipyard and hopes to gather more information. While Admiral Keller has ordered the Ranger on standby while he works with the other Admiralty within the fleet, Garibaldi decides to pay a visit down to the Kuwathian embassy. And with that, I think we will start the session there as Garibaldi beams down.
I guess Garibaldi will request to see the ambassador.
The Major walks up to you. How can I help you, Mr. Quinnix? Oh, Lieutenant Quinnix.
Well, I thought I'd just call me Garibaldi. How are you today, Captain?
Annoyed. Yourself?
Gosh, my very presence just annoys you? That hurts.
You wish to see the ambassador?
I do. I hear he's got a new toy. I was actually wanting to see if he'd let me borrow it.
Borrow.
Borrow.
This way.
Thank you.
And she leads you to the car yard and out back where you see the silhouette of two individuals. Near what appears to be a Federation scout ship.
Good morning.
Apologies, Ambassador. He was insistent. Excuse me. And she walks off. He just kind of goes, Oh, Garibaldi. What?
Well, that's an impressive looking new toy you got there.
Oh, it's not mine.
A little friend of mine told me you had something like this down here. I have some need of a vessel that can get me in and out of somewhere without being seen. Happen to know where I might find something like that.
And Faye walks up. You're not taking my ship.
Oh, this is yours. Now, where did you get this?
Her eyes quickly glance to the ambassador and then back to you. I really don't think that concerns you now, does it? It's a private transaction.
Wow, that was kind of cold after all we've been through. By the way, what do I call you now? I imagine Faye isn't really the right nom de plume anymore.
Faye's still fine.
Your little ship here have stealth technology, cloaking
It does
device,
not have a cooking device, but
enhanced silhouette.
does have a low EM signature. Can get in and out of places. Look, I really need this ship for what I kind of need to do.
Well, if I can't take your ship, and I will take your ship. Could you give me a ride somewhere?
I'm afraid uh, the timing needs to be exact.
It's important. Fate of the Federation, the galaxy, and all that.
Um,
I
you're
just need to get into. I just need to get into a highly secure system, get some scans and data off a starship that shouldn't be there, and get out again without being detected or destroyed or killed. You're good at that sort of thing. Chance you might learn more about yourself while we're out there.
she just kind of gives this blank look like I can't promise you anything, but mine's timing, and if I'm not there at a certain point in time, I don't know if I'll ever get another chance at it.
Maybe I help you with your thing, you help me with mine.
Deal.
Bene. So where are we going?
To the Ebon Expanse.
Huh, what a coincidence. That's where I need to go.
As she kind of
Garibaldi,
go ahead.
Garibaldi names the system. It says, would have to be going anywhere near X system, would we?
Not really familiar with that system. As the ambassador kind of looks to Faye, I believe our transaction is closed. Good luck. As he gracefully leaves in a hurry.
He seemed a little uncomfortable.
Uh, that might have something to do with me.
I was serious, though. I do think that we might find some answers behind your creation at the end of my journey.
So, the reporter I was with,
Mm-hmm.
she had some information on some black market shipments heading to a system near the Ebon Expanse. And I believe those shipments are headed towards the place where I was born.
I think your mission and mine serve the same purpose. Because I think the people that created you are using that same technology to do some unpleasant things. When do we need to leave?
Um, right now, if we're going to catch up with the cargo vessel.
Wow. Then it's time to go. I should probably tell Arif I'm leaving, though. Garibaldi would just tap his comm badge and call Deep Space 17.
Go for a reef.
Commander, Lieutenant Quinix, I'm going to need to leave the station for a while on business for my other bosses. I should be back within a week or two.
You say a week or two?
Probably sooner, but if I tell you a week or two and I'm back in a couple of days, then you'll just think I'm a miracle worker.
Oh, I'd rather the truth, GQ. How long are you gonna be?
The truth is, I don't know.
Okay. You willing to tell me where you're going so I know where I, well, might need to send a rescue?
Fred, I can't do that, sir. But you've been there before.
Understood. In which case, well, with a bit of a chuckle, Arif will say, I might see you out there. Good luck.
Thank you. Just don't come too soon. You don't have enough ships for that. I'll be careful, Dad.
Stifling down the numerous amount of comments that floated into Arif's mind, he will um, he'll simply you know what? He'll simply cut the channel.
Okay, let's go, Faye.
All right. Um, I assume the two of you board the ship. It's it's about the size of a runabout, except it's got smaller quarters. Obviously, it's designed for 1 to 3 people at best inside.
Hmm. Well, it's a good news. Good thing there's only two of us then. And Garibaldi is traveling light.
At least there's the replicator.
Huh. Good, I'll need to replicate some clothing that doesn't look like a Starfleet uniform, I'm sure. But your ship, we depart at your pleasure, Captain.
And she takes the pilot chair, which there's only one sort of seat um, at the location, and fires up the ship and takes off. It'll take us a couple days to get there.
So, what did this reporter tell you?
there was some shipments, supposed vessels carrying scrupulousous cargo to a remote, well, system bordering the Ebon Expanse. She wasn't sure of the cargo details, but she had reason to believe it's involved with smuggling, smuggling for, well, people.
Did you go to her or did she come to you?
I went to her. I saw an article she had written. Told her I would come back with some information if she helped me out.
You seemed quite determined to keep your identity from us when we were in the restaurant. It's not like we were able to recognize you.
Reflex, really. Though I think I'm picking up some bad habits from you.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an open book. That's probably why I'm the worst spy in Starfleet.
She just kind of left that comment there. So why do you need to go to this other system?
We, the last time I went out in the Ranger legally, we found we were trying to track down a renegade Klingon house and do a little investigation. We ran into a shipyard. Shipyard creating Klingon ships, printing them, replicating. There was a Federation Starfleet intelligence vessel there. We weren't able to get close enough to infiltrate the ship or download its data banks, not without being detected with a Ranger. Yeah, a little difficult sneaking around when you don't have a cloaking device and you're in a ship that size. Even a small ship like the Ranger. But some renegade Klingon house has found some very old, very dangerous technology. And they're using it to build a battle fleet crewed by holographic Klingons. At the same time, they're creating very dangerous looking Federation style ships. And I strongly suspect that they're crewing those with, well, people like you. I need to find out the truth.
Well, maybe we'll both get some answers.
I was always hoping. Like I said, if you've got information about, if you're on the lead to possible information about your creation, and then what you've got going is probably important information for my mission as well. It's all connected somehow. There are some people very high up in Starfleet that are involved.
Well, then let's try not to get caught.
Well, that's plan A. But remember, if we do get caught, first rule is make sure we get the bad guys to tell us their entire evil plan before they put us in the easily escapable death trap.
Do you get all of your spy knowledge from old movies?
No, of course not. I get some of it from old books.
Oh, intriguing.
Usually the books the movies were made about. Books are always better than the movie.
Well, no, all my information was, well, my training was given to me.
That's kind of like a movie. Movie adjacent?
You can just kind of see her like shrug while she's in the pilot's chair. Course set, and the vessel goes to warp. And with that, we'll head to ops. As you just got off the not too, it's been probably a few hours since you just last talked to GQ, and uh, your console starts buzzing.
Ah, boy. Usually something, well, neutral, but always has the chance of ruining the day. A reef shall check said console.
Commander, we're receiving a distress signal 2 light years
Uh,
out.
Understood. From who? From what?
Um,
Give me everything.
general distress signals from a damaged Klingon Burrell class. We're unable to identify it though.
Very well. Get the ranger ready, and I'll contact the ambassador on the way. Um, and Arif will start heading towards the ranger and try to uh, calm the Klingon ambassador.
As you're at the make your way to the docking port, after a while, and finally the Klingon ambassador comes through. How can I help you, Commander?
Ambassador, by now, Op should have forwarded you the distress call we've received. I assume you've gotten it too. I just wanted to get a quick check in with you and, well, see if you happen to know friend or foe.
I would assume foe. It's not one that is registered to our ships. Currently, all of our vessels are, oh, damaged, been destroyed, or currently being repaired in your dry dock facilities.
Very well. How many, are there any of your vessels that are good to go?
Unfortunately, not.
Understood. Uh, do we still have the sentry?
Yes, you do.
I am uh in his absence. Can I have Vogel captain the sentry and come
Sure.
with me? Cool. Uh, then I'm gonna make those orders known, and I'm gonna tell the Klingon ambassador, very well, ambassador. That's certainly fair. Um, however, we're about to depart. Would you like to accompany me or send a representative?
I have matters to deal with the Empire.
Very well. I'll make the decisions I see best fit. Um, if something, if I feel like the water's too far over my head, I hope you'll allow me the chance to give you a call.
Very well. Kapla. And the channel closes.
Um, and I am gonna, yeah, actually, Chief. Oh, I should, all right. Not Chief. Uh, you know what? Lieutenant, the security chief.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna give you a choice. I think um, I'm having Vogel command the sentry and come with us. However, that's gonna leave a bit of a power vacuum back at ops. It's up to you. You want to be on this ship or you want to command DS 17 in our absence?
All due respect, sir, with um, Lieutenant Quinnix's current, um, well, MIA, um, I think it's prudent for me to be on board this ship.
Understood. Then you have the coordinates. Let's get there. Everyone, let's go in there. Shields up. We don't drop them unless I give the order under any circumstances.
Understood.
Right?
Garibaldi, feel free to play a supporting character.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Ranger is the first to depart as the Sentry then follows behind. Both ships, it takes a few, it probably takes about 4 to 6 hours to arrive at the location where the distress signal is at. As you come out of warp on screen, you see a heavily damaged Klingon Burrell class with essentially scorch marks all over it and part of its wing missing on its starboard side.
Someone get me life signs.
With that, will be a reason plus science or engineering difficulty of 1. Assisted by
Okay.
sensors,
Arif is,
science, or engineering.
Arif is honestly really
Oh,
good at that.
this was Chief of Matthew is he's running a 12. I mean, hey, he's a supporting character.
Uh, yeah, you know what? As he says it, Arif's just gonna look on his command console and run the scan. Um, a little antsy, not willing to wait on the report. Um, definitely don't have a focus, but what was the difficulty?
Uh, difficulty 1.
Ah,
Though I'm
I'm
debating whether or not to make it 2 because it's an over. Then it would be an override.
up to you, but up to you.
Be
I'll have Matthew try.
it's only diff 1.
And since this is a new activation, I'll even give him shoot. We'll give him sensors.
Go for it then.
Mark this on his character sheet. And we're gonna add focus and sensors, or sensor systems, or whatever is appropriate. All right, so we're gonna do this reason engineering for him, and I'll give you a threat for an extra die. And that was might as well, since I gave you the threat, I might as well fish. Hope I don't come up with a whammy. Still 2 momentum, right?
Yes. Sensors engineer from the ranger.
Oh, the ranger's up yet. Ranger. Sensors. Engineering. And a goose egg for the ranger. Captain, heavy damage from phaser fire. It's venting atmosphere. Only a few life signs aboard.
How many is a few?
GM.
You need the science roll to get the number,
Oh,
but there's not a lot.
Could I make that to try to determine the exact number?
Um, I'll give it to you for a momentum.
I was about to ask. I'll spend the momentum. Oh, all Klingon? 8 life signs, Captain. Not all Klingon, sir.
What
Some
else could I?
Croatian. Some Klingon, some Croatian.
Well, um, in the shuttle bay, can you please set up a 10 by 10 force field and then uh, pump some atmosphere in there and then vent the shuttle bay and then we can beam them into that force field?
I can certainly try, Captain.
Thank you. Let me know when it's accomplished. Oh, there's no reason to. I'll help you out with that. And
What are you trying to do?
essentially create a cage in the shuttle bay through a force field,
So
but
think like the shuttle. You remember Enterprise?
yes.
The shuttle bay is pretty much like that. The shuttle pods on the Ranger drop down.
Oh,
So
that's so. I just need is I just need. You know what? I guess I don't even need 10 by 10. I just need anywhere uh, on the ship that I can essentially create a little cage and then create a vacuum around them.
Captain, why don't we just have Commander Vogel beam them to the Ranger? I mean, to the Sentry, sir. That probably puts them straight in the brig.
Is the Sentry here?
Sentry is roughly the same size as the Ranger. Um, it's just that the Sentry has a bigger shuttle bay, can actually hold normal shuttlecrafts, but like only a couple of them.
No, that's fair. Arif only said shuttle bay because he assumed it was the biggest room in the ship.
Um, a lot of the Ranger is very tight, so including the Sentry.
That's a problem.
Wait a minute. Isn't the Sentry like a Saber class?
Yeah, it's scale 3. It's a little bit bigger than the Ranger, but not much.
Yeah, we need something out here that's not a warship. But it sounds like the Sentry still got more room. Uh, sounds like it actually has a shuttle bay.
Yeah. Um,
So I will give you this option. So if you're going to do your idea in a shuttle bay where you have a sort of force field cage, they're going to have to assemble that because the shuttle bay does not have that. Like the force fields are around essentially the the doors, and then essentially all the doors. So the ones that exit out of the ship and ones that are, into the hall or corridor. They would have to essentially build it, and that's going to take time.
uh, Anyway, we could low power phaser weld the Klingon gap shut to give them a little bit more time while we work.
I mean, why don't we just convert a couple of crew quarters on the Sentry into cells?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I was kind of hoping for that extra layer of protection, but
Oh, we'll
uh,
take all their weapons and transport. Hell, just bring them into the train. Why don't we just, if you're really concerned, how many pads does the Sentry have or the Avenger have in their transporter rooms?
why don't we just leave them in the buffer until we get to 17?
Um, Buffer might degrade between now and then.
You also
Oh,
don't know
I'm
their
asking
medical condition.
if that question. If that question, Matthew just kind of looks at his console. And says, my name is not Montgomery Scott.
um, all right, all right. Well, thoughts
But how
on
many how many how many how many pads? I mean, between the two ships, could we just put them on the transporter pad, erect Type 1 force fields around the transporter pads, and confine them there until we get back to 17?
You can only do. It's only 3 per pad on these ships, unfortunately, because they are the smaller type. so you can't do 6 a pad.
Can we just pump an
How
Estasine
many?
into a room and beam them into that room?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. You don't know their condition, so
How many,
Hmm.
Pat? Did you say 3 for a
3 to
transporter room?
yeah, 3 per. There's only 3 per transporter room.
So that's 6 per transporter pad. Yeah, on one of the ships, you're going to have the Klingons. You tell them move off the pad. Your crewmates die. Uh,
Um, very well. In which case, let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Bring every non-essential crew member. We're gonna keep them all in the same place, from both the Sentry, bring them over to the Ranger, and just have a large number of guards. And let's just get them back to the station. That way, Doctor can check them out. And well, quite frankly, we don't have to be here anymore.
the Matthew looks confused. I'm not sure I understand your orders, Captain.
Um, bring bring over all non-essential crew from the Sentry. Give them a phaser rifle. Beam the survivors in. Just leave them in the transporter room with a number of guards, and then instruct the
But
Sentry to tow the Klingon bird of prey or the Burrell back to DS-17.
I'm I'm still confused, Captain. Won't we need room if we bring all the non-essential crew from the Sentry over here? Who's going to guard the Klingons of the Sentry?
We're bringing the Klingons here and leaving them in the transporter room.
I don't know if I can shove 8 Klingons in that small space, sir.
And use the shuttle bay, Arif will say.
Um, uh, being an enlisted man, the Chief of Matthew will just go, "Yes, Captain," and follow Arif's orders. Actually, he will look at Lieutenant Lane like, "Do you want to take charge of this?"
Lane just kind of raised an eyebrow. Excuse me, Captain. I will be in the shuttle bay.
Thank you.
Matthew will just hit his comm badge and say, "Lieutenant Lane, this is Chief of Matthew. Let me know when you're ready for me to transport the first group of Klingons."
Ready for transport.
And
So
Matthew is
we.
assuming that the operations. Sorry,
I was gonna give you the difficulty, but go ahead.
I was saying Matthew's assuming the operations officer is passing Arif's other instructions on to the Sentry.
Yeah. Uh, control plus engineering. Space difficulty 2, not from a pad to not a pad, so +2 increase. Div 4. control engineering assisted by the ship's sensors engineering.
I will. Okay. I give you 3 threat. For the ranger.
Gain a momentum. And yeah, you beam 3 of them over. You hear Lane tap up to the bridge. Commander, I need to transfer all 3 of these individuals straight to sickbay.
Do it. And siphon off a number of guards.
Understood. Same roll for the next group. For the next 3.
I will. I give you 3 more threat.
It rolled twice, but I take the first one. So
Thank God.
I roll twice.
yeah, I rolled twice.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Gain a momentum. And you beam the next group of 3. The 10 lane comes up. Captain, I am transferring this next group over straight to sickbay. This one, some of these are in dire need of medical attention. One is missing several limbs.
Do we have more room in sick bay for the? At the rate this is going, we might have put all eight of them in sick bay. We got enough room for that?
Nope. Assuming, Chief Lane, assuming the next group is in the same condition, transport them directly to the sentry's sickbay.
I'll have them notify, sir. Same roll.
What? 2 threat and a momentum. I'm trying to hold on to spare momentum for the oopsie that'll inevitably happen. Get my reroll.
Roll sensors. Never know. Does the roll stand?
I've already used my reroll.
Can
It
I assist?
doesn't have a value.
He does have a determination, but his only value is there is no engineering challenge I can't overcome as his value. Unless you're going to give him mission directive.
I'll give him mission directive. You're rescuing people, so
Did I see him
Yeah,
struggling?
then-
Assist?
I'll reroll 2.
do you wish to succeed at cost?
Yeah, I suppose. I guess I'd rather succeed at cost than kill these Klingons by accident.
You beam. As you beam, you hear Lieutenant Lane. We only got one.
Condition?
She appears to be okay. The other one she struggles for words.
Understood, Chief. Good job. Um, Keep her guarded, and we'll start heading back to 17 immediately and get all these people back to Mountain. Uh, and Arif will mm, look to the ops officer and say, is the sentry prepared to tractor our wayward Burrell back to the station?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Let them know that we'll be heading back at maximum warp. They should go at the safest possible, or the fastest safe speed, but we're a phone call away and we're prepared to turn around if needed. And and let's take us home, maximum warp.
Aye, sir. And Ranger locks their tractor beam onto the damaged Burrell and engages at maximum safe warp as Lieutenant Lane enters the bridge.
Lieutenant,
Sir.
we appear to be heading back to 17. If you have a moment, uh, I would love to speak with you.
Yes, sir. Reporting though, I moved the last survivor to the brig after they received medical treatments. They do have minor burns and will need to be treated at Deep Space 17, but are in decent condition. The other one has been placed in a appropriate containment.
Understood. Um, are there guards in the brig as well?
Yes, sir. And we have guards. I have guards placed outside of sick bay and in sick bay.
Excellent. Then please, and I'm just gonna kind of usher her to the, uh, I guess the door, out of earshot of everyone, and speak softly and say, um, Lieutenant, is that the first time you've been on a rescue mission where someone has been lost?
It's the first time I've seen a transporter accident, sir.
Uh, Nodding. Um, Arif will say, okay, well, that I can certainly understand. They were a lot more frequent in the older days. Um,
They must have been near a highly irradiated location.
Indeed. And, well, I'm sorry that you had to witness that. That is certainly a horrific sight. Um, and we'll fix it.
The six of them that are in sick bay were all unconscious, and I believe sick bay will keep them unconscious. Um,
Excellent.
the the other one is awake and is currently in the brig. If you wish to speak with her,
Not really, but I suppose I should. Would you like to come with me?
certainly, sir.
Excellent. And Arif will show the lieutenant to the brig. That sounded bad. Not to be arrested, though.
Apologies, I'm setting up the end of the mind.
No, you're good.
And you enter um, the brig, where there's a Starfleet security officer. And in the tiny cell, you see a Corrosion woman with a what appears to be like a phaser wound on her jacket.
Ma'am?
You have to forgive me, I'm not familiar with Starfleet.
Oh, you'll have to forgive me because, quite frankly, neither am I that much. Let's start with the name. I'm Arif. Who are you?
I'm Kara.
Kara. It's nice to meet you, and this is
M
Miss Knight.
Kara. I am M Kara.
And Kara, my apologies. This is Miss Lane.
Thank you for the rescue.
No problem. Oh, before we go any further, I should say, please don't call her chief.
Okay. She looks confused.
So, um, Arif will just put his palms up with the shrug and say, "What's going on?"
Um, I'm assuming I am a prisoner.
At the moment, yes. At least until I determine, well, what's going on.
I am Imkara from House the Vogue. We fled the. I was ordered by the house leader to flee with what remained.
Um, out of character, House de Vogue.
That's
uh,
Vanna's house.
Okay, what what remained? Please go. Well, what what happened? And may I ask the name of your house leader?
Mistress Vanna.
I
And I ask you to spare us and grant us leniency.
well, I'm not gonna lie to you. At the moment, you're the only one that's even capable of asking. The rest of your comrades are in critical condition. They, we are at the moment en route to Deep Space 17, where they will be given uh, the utmost medical attention. And with another shrug, he's gonna look at her a little sorrowfully and say, I can't make any promises as to your status. That It truly depends on far too many variables right now that I even am aware of. But
Does Starfleet act as one, or are there separate houses within Starfleet?
we like to think we act as one.
Then I have handed myself to the enemy. I have failed.
Listen, unless you are about the size of a muffin and stuffed with blueberries, you're not my enemy.
Muffins?
It's my point was you're no one's I at least I don't think. What about you, Miss Lane? Is she your enemy?
None at present.
Not at present. That's a fair statement. Fair statement. Um, no, you haven't, but I'm quite intrigued. But there's always time for that. I listen, I'd like you to do your best to recuperate as I've told you, you and the health department are well ahead of the group. Um, and now I'd like us to concentrate on getting your people to the station as quick as possible. So I'm going to do what I can to tweak the warp drive and, well, hopefully not blow up the ship because then it's moot.
Lane looks to Yuri. Can we speak outside?
Of course we can. Uh, that that would be okay, right? Arif says, looking at the Croatian.
She just kind of looks helpless, like I'm your prisoner.
With the quick nod, um, or with actually not a nod, a shrug. Arif will say, "Come on," and he'll head outside.
Two of you exit the small cramped brig. Sir, you don't think she was at that station, do you?
I think she was either at or around it.
She spoke to us as if we were her enemy.
Well, what did what did we see? Um, what did we see at that station that could possibly give her that impression, Lieutenant?
Sir, we saw that ship. It almost looked like a Federation starship. Not to mention the Artemis was there, sir.
Mm-hmm. Connect the dots for me, Lieutenant. Why could she possibly think that we're her enemy?
You don't think something happened over there, do you? As in, I don't know, the people that she was working with betrayed her? I'm speculating here, sir.
Oh, that's good because that's exactly what I asked you to do. I think something definitely happened, and at least one person was betrayed. Unfortunately, right now, all I have is assumptions, and you seem to be doing pretty good with your own mental pathing, and quite frankly, I need that. So I'm not going to, I'm not gonna sully your impressions with my assumptions. Um, but we'll get to that, believe me. I think we need more information. But I want you to tap every source you can think of, if if you think it's important enough.
All, all due respect, sir, I am not Lieutenant Quinix. But I will make inquiries.
Lieutenant, only
AKA, she doesn't count herself as a spy.
well, that's fair. Arif doesn't count Garibaldi as much of one either. Just kidding. Um, uh, Lieutenant, are you just gonna pause? Your your own safety is most certainly worth more than the solving this mystery. So when you make your inquiries, be subtle and don't go too far out of pocket.
Understood, sir.
Let me know when you have something, and if I get something concrete, we'll talk again. Oh, there's no way I can tweak the engines without blowing up the ship, is there?
I wouldn't recommend it, sir. We are
All right,
traveling at a safe warp while towing a ship.
that's fair. Okay. Um, well then, we might as well get back to the bridge.
Understood, sir.
Actually, well, on the way to the bridge, he'll say, she obviously doesn't need to be transported straight to 17 sick bay. She is in pretty decent condition. When we get there, at least for now, let's post guards on it and lock her in, but let's prepare a VIP suite and send a couple nurses her way.
Understood, sir.
If she is going to end up a prisoner, let's at least give her a nice cage for a few days.
Yes, sir.
Um, and Dorifo pensively make the trip back to the bridge.
Garibaldi, you have
Yeah.
been traveling with Faye at um, warp for a little bit, nearly a day. Already passing the essentially, uh, you're kind of close to where you wanted to go, but she seems to be heading and taking the scout ship, you know, past it to essentially the destination she is intended on. Um, I'm assuming you're not wanting to try any shenanigans or anything like that.
No. I'm working, dealing good faith with Faye.
I'm picking up a debris field. Can you
From
check for
where?
me? Navigational hazard just came
Yes.
up on it.
Your body will move to the appropriate panel and get a sensor sweep in the indicated direction.
Reason, science, or engineering, difficulty of 2.
I'll spend one of my little momentums there.
I gain 2.
Well, that's not good. Is that coming from the system with the shipyard in it?
No, it's pretty. It's far. It's a few light years. It's like on the edge of the Ebon Expanse. So if we go to, I'm gonna throw us on the map. Pull the ranger down here. Currently, this is where the scout ship's at, and you're detecting the debris field about right in there.
We have time for a short detour.
We'll be cutting it close. Where are we going?
Just close enough to get a detour. He'll give her the coordinates. Looks like debris of multiple Klingon vessels. Like to get a close scan. We can always come back this way, but if I can get a close scan on our way through, I can analyze it while we're still en route to your rendezvous.
Alter course. And she punches the coordinates, and about 15 minutes later, the scout ship comes out of warp. And you can kind of see on the scanners, and if you look out a window, you see debris of a lot of various Klingon vessels.
Garibaldi's going to begin a detailed sensor sweep of the debris field, particularly looking for trying to identify the Klingon ships. If the Klingon ships are not identifiable, he's going to scan for their building materials to see if they match any known Klingon vessels. Considering that, that'd be metagaming. Yeah, he's just going to scan to see if he can identify the vessels and life signs.
Probably 2 separate roles. So the vessels is a reason engineering difficulty 2. Assisted by scout vessels like sensors engineering. The scan for life signs, that's going to be reason, science, or medicine difficulty 2.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, difficulty 1. I forget. I keep forgetting this ship has advanced sensors.
So they're both diff 1?
Yeah, they'll be both diff 1.
Okay. Going to give you a reason to really not that great. I'm going to give you the. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to spend some threat, and both rolls are going to have complication range 2.
Okay. So I'm going to spend a momentum for a third die.
Which one are you doing
I'll do
first?
the reason. I'm going to do the reason engineering first. I hit the button.
Gain 3.
So that's what I've got there. You want me to go ahead and just make both rolls and then.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do reason science on the other one, and same thing. Give you a momentum for a third die. Nope, that one hit. That one
Uh,
hit twice again for some reason.
yeah, so like the first one, there's a complication, so you have 2 momentum gained from that roll.
I'll spend those momentum to squash the complication.
Okay, so you're down to 4 total momentum because you spent the momentum, right?
Yeah. Any house identifying marks? Can I identify the vessels with the as any known Klingon vessels? All right. Considering where we are, Garibaldi's going to run over his scans one more time and compare it to the scans of the Klingon vessels we took when we were in that system with the shipyards.
I'll give it to you for a momentum, but you got the. As long as you're relying on memory for
I,
this. So
yeah,
I'll take.
I'll spend the momentum. That makes sense because I certainly wouldn't have had brought copies with me. Oh, that's not good. Well, Faye, I think we have a problem out in that other system. Possible that some of these Klingon ships came from there. Let's complete your mission and hurry back here. Whatever stealth systems you have, you may want to go ahead and activate them.
Very well. And she powers on the device and warps to her destination.
Probably be best if we hurry, Faye.
Go as fast as the ship can take us.
Can we get a tight beam transmission from here to DS-17 without it being detected?
Detected. It's a big if, but hopefully they don't. Hopefully they won't be able to track us. Uh, Give me control engineering difficulty. Well, you set the you tell me the difficulty you're shooting for.
That's not the wrong character sheet. Okay, I'm going to give you momentum for the did the reading focus. So I can use my science score. And then let's call this. Am I going to get an assist from the ship?
Yes.
T3 thread. I'm gonna try to set a difficulty 4.
So, the ship is only assisting with an 8, so. Gain a momentum. And as you're going with the communication, right? We're gonna head to the next scene.
There with the momentum.
Yep. And Arif, you just get back to the station as the Klingons, well, and Gorsian, or I cannot say it now. Survivors of the Burrell class are being diverted to sickbay or um, other accommodations when you walk on to or walk back up to ops. Um, as they kind of take their stations. Commander, we're
Everyone,
receiving a encoded transmission. Appears to be from Garibaldi. I mean, Lieutenant Quinix.
could you pipe it through to my office, please?
Of course.
Many thanks. Uh, by the way, everyone, Arif's just gonna kind of look around a little bit. Superb, superb work while we were away. Station's still here, and I love seeing that. And then I'll head into his office. EQ?
Commander, I need to get this short. Garibaldi says it looks like on the screen he's wearing what looks like covert Starfleet uniform, Starfleet gear, with a trench coat over it and a fedora on his head. It's just,
You know, GQ, if it might help if you didn't want to look like. Are you in a safe spot?
I am, and this is a secure transmission, but I want to keep it short. Doing my best to not give away my position at the moment, but need you to know, Arif, I just passed by a system we've recently visited and found about a debris field full of Klingon warships. Some of them can't tell, but some of them match the sensor configuration of for that place we just recently visited.
Okay. And I'm guessing you are following up based on that.
I will be, but I have another mission to complete first.
Well, I'd feel better if the Ranger or even the sentry at least, was in a position where they could get to you quickly.
Might not be a good idea. What I My current mode of transportation is hard to detect. We've got a better chance of sneaking in and sneaking out without being seen if we don't have any larger cousins around.
Wasn't asking for the exact location, GQ, just a simple midway point.
Sir, that was a lot of Klingon ships. Two, if things go sideways for me, one or two extra Starfleet vessels are not going to be useful. I'll be careful. I'll be quiet, and I'll be back soon. I just wanted to let you know what was going on out here.
Well, I appreciate that. Keep in touch. I suppose it'd be too much to ask for regular reports, but try to find a way to keep me in the loop.
Yes, sir. Tell you what I can. Tell you what I can when I can, sir.
Excellent. I'll wait to hear from you.
Anyway, I need to keep this short. Garibaldi out.
Mm. Hitting enemies, hidden enemies. Arif is, he just wants an enemy he can see out in the open. So he's gonna get himself go to the replicator and get himself a cup of coffee and a blueberry muffin. And sitting down and frowning, he will start to eat. You know what? After finishing that, he'll be curious about the condition of the Klingons and doesn't want to disturb Mountain at the moment in case he's busy, so he'll probably just head to sickbay, infirmary.
Um, Going to transition over to sickbay.
Hello.
Dr. Mountain, seven essentially Klingons and Croatians have been brought to you in various degrees of medical condition.
What is the most serious, and what is the general style of injury, like burns or
It's
lacerations or that kind of thing?
variation. People are missing limbs, burns, blah, blah, blah. But you're going to have to give me a triage roll for that to diagnose which patient is the worst. So give me a reason plus medicine difficulty of 2.
Hi. Emergency medicine.
No, this is triage. You're not performing like emergency medicine, so you need to focus triage. Like you identify which person to treat first. It's been a while since I've done this kind of mechanic, so
I know. We usually just have the one major one. Okay, so I will take at least one momentum for an extra die. What was the difficulty again?
2.
And it will trigger caution in case I might. I shan't.
Get the momentum back. All right. I'm going to mark which ones need help First will be red.
You have a little
Those
death on their face.
yellow is going to be delayed, meaning they have some time, and green is essentially minor. There is one that is essentially black, and they're currently in a crate.
Okay. Nurse Froy, let the auxiliary medical staff know that I'm sending over burn victims with various degrees of pain and difficulty, and I will be in immediate surgery. Nurse, why don't you finish that? Is that Dr. Riley? Is that Nurse Riley?
Nurse Riley.
Yes. Yeah, come with me. I'm going to do my first assessment on this closest one. Check on the status of the one at the end, if you would.
This particular individual, Croatian, has currently essentially a piece of metal shard stuck in their chest that is currently awfully, or essentially is pierced their lung, and they're currently having difficulty breathing.
All right, this one looks pretty bad off. Nurse, can you go check on them? Frola, will you set up the surgery, please?
Yes, doctor.
And I will glance over. What is the nature of the other one?
The other
Nurse,
cleaner?
yeah, actually, I'll go over. Nurse, will you bring them? Help bring them to surgery. We need the stasis for them so it doesn't injure their lung any further.
The other one has received multiple phaser wounds. This particular Klingon. Currently, the bio readings indicate that his neurological signs are all over the place.
Keep them sedated and stabilized as best as you can. See if you can calm their nervous system down a little bit. Bringing the other one over to surgery. If I think it's drastic enough, I'll do it right here, but I'll try to use my desk if I can.
You're gonna have, so the two in red, between the two of them, potentially we're gonna have intervals for this.
Yeah.
You only have currently 6 intervals since surgery was postponed. So yeah, good luck.
Nurse Riley, will you go down there and try to stabilize them? I'm going to bring them to surgery. Did you answer my question, GM, or whether I thought Dr. Mountain would think that the patient can be moved sufficiently to get him over there, transported over there, or something like that to start the surgery to remove the object, basically? Right. Are they Croatian? Maybe put them in stasis. We don't know what their condition really is. That's what I say to Riley, anyway. Well, you'll get your vacation, Ella.
Well, I'm sure I will next week, doctor. It's not a problem at all to put it off as long as needed and as long as there's lives that need to be saved, as she says with a weak smile as she's expertly prepping the instruments.
Great. Start initiating the artificial lung protocols for the hologram. If he needs it, I'm gonna see if I can how much tissue I can save before they die. And so I stabilize and attempt to help them.
Shouldn't be a problem, Doctor. I've already pulled up signature Operation Mountain 2A. We've been through this before. Shouldn't
Yep,
be
just like the
any
drills.
trouble.
Thank you, nurse. All right.
And she'll lean in after accomplishing the appropriate assistant work.
Are these all Klingons or Croatians or something? It's okay.
Oh, their internals can't hide from us, Doc. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll set up the imaging system and see if we can do something good about it.
Okay, the one with the foreign object in it is a Croatian. It will be for this task. This will be a surgical. This is going to be a control plus medicine difficulty 4 to remove and essentially, seal up the damage quickly as possible.
All right. That's my goal. Focus of surgery.
Yes.
Is Ella assisting?
I will allow the assist from a supporting character as well as the station can assist with computer's medicine.
Is there any chance, since she's not doing the actual work, could I potentially use reason because I'm just helping
It's the
the
same
doc?
role. You're essentially assisting. It's the same. So
Fair enough.
The station you said was computer science medicine.
station assists with computer medicine.
What's the difficulty? Control medicine. What?
Diff 4.
Diff 4. Diff 4. I will take the 2 and 1 threat to have 4 days. Wait. No. Well, it's 4. I do have the focus. Is the other one are any of these Klingons or anything like that? I'm confused with the symbol.
It's because they're part of the Klingon faction. That's why there's the symbol. So some of them are Klingons and some of them are Croatians, which they look kind of like Trills, but their spot pattern is different.
Okay.
And
what about the red one at the end then? Is that a Klingon or not?
that one's a Klingon. The one you're working on now is a Croatian.
So it's not a Klingon. Okay. That's fair enough. Yeah, so I have Riley put them in stasis right now and see if she can help the yellow ones. I'll send the green ones to the auxiliary sick bay. I'll have them come get them and treat their burns and things like that. And if there's any other crew, I've heard there was Is this the total number of injured?
The total that was brought to you.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then I'll do my surgery roll. I'm thinking, do I want to? It seems like it's the hardest one.
Does those difficulties include the sick bay advantage for the doctor, Jim?
Oh yeah,
No, it does
Okay.
not.
so it's a 3. Great.
Y-
Thank you
you
for
c-
remembering.
You could use it.
Unless you want. I was going to say, unless you want to save it in case you roll a complication since you're spending all the momentum.
No, I have a reroll. It's fine. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that instead. Yeah, I'll do that with diminished difficulty. Is that fair? So diff 3, rolling 4 dice with the focus of surgery. Bloop. Oh, thank you.
So far, you gain 1. Unless you wish to reroll your 0.
I get a free reroll, so might as well take just one here. Nice. 2 more momentum.
So 2 more. So 3 total momentum gained. Currently, you are now 4 out of 6 intervals.
Can I spend a momentum to have that?
Yes. So 5 out of 6.
Okay.
And they are currently stable. So they're
Not
pounded
immediately.
green.
Great. I will take another interval with this patient.
Which patient?
Have I removed the object?
Yeah, you remove the object. Goodness and what? You remove the object and sealed, the wound.
Oh, okay. So they're stable, and I can move to the next patient.
Yes.
I'll just, and I will take my time to get here. I will diagnose and stabilize.
That patient currently is suffering his neurological patterns are degrading. Essentially, his neural system received a shock, and he could eventually pretty much go brain dead. He is a clean.
All right. I thought you said there's a correlation.
This one was corrosion. This one's clean on.
Reboot. Okay, clean on. Fair. I will scan this one.
I just told you what the problem was.
No, the guy in yellow. It looked like he was
Yellow is delayed.
lasers.
Red is immediate.
Well, my moral dilemma is basically, do I let him die a Klingon's death? He's been fired on with phasers in multiple spots. His brain is beyond function. So even coming back from that, he may not even ever be the same warrior again. Is he the same warrior class or a different class?
He's wearing a clean on uniform.
Fair enough.
Typical warrior's garb. You say you're just gonna let him die? You have time to save him.
From what I know of Klingon culture, would it dishonor him in his house by helping him? Or is he already dishonored by already being here?
I can't answer that.
I know. The phaser fire was lethal, or was it some sort of explosion or radiation
Lethal.
that may have caused the damage?
he received a lethal injury, and essentially, he's only alive because he's clean on.
What can I do to help him? That Dr. Mountain knows about.
You could attempt to stabilize his neural pathways, and eventually he could make a full recovery.
Okay, I will help his neural pathways.
That is going to be a control medicine difficulty of 3, and making the complication range of 3 as well.
Would imaging systems or surgery be of help, or emergency medicine?
This would be more of a neurological focus of some kind.
So genetics might or might not apply.
Genetics has nothing to do with neurology.
There's genes and neurons, sir. Okay, then I'm going to take 2 and 1 threat. You have 4 dice. Driven to ease suffering as a value to use a determination. I would only spend momentum then, I guess.
It would be. It's difficulty 3, complication range 3.
Right.
Are you rolling 4 dice, or are you rolling?
Or determination 2 and. No, I guess I'll do the 4 dice then. But it gives you more chance of a complication. Not that I want to have a complication, but I'll take my reroll on that one.
Computer's medicine. Um, 4 momentum gained.
You're welcome. Immediately. All right. Driven to ease suffering, even if he doesn't use his determination. Next in line, I guess. I look at the 2 and compare them. Which one seems immediate? And which one's
This one is missing 3 limbs, both his legs and an arm.
Are they bleeding, or
no? The wound's been cauterized, but
okay. I will sedate them immediately.
He's already sedated.
I will make sure they have the maximum dosage allowed. As a Klingon, or
he's delayed because there could be complications.
Yeah, I know the other. And tell me which one's Klingon so I can be more clear on my understanding.
Klingon, Corrosion.
Okay, I'll work on the Corrosion next. Make sure that guy's steadied and not going anywhere for a minute.
The Corrosion has multiple burns across his entire body.
All right. So I will, if they're not already sedated, I will start doing a thermal regeneration cycle for the most immediate ones, 3rd degree or higher.
Control medicine difficulty of 3. Also, you add 3 out of 6 intervals from the last roll.
Oh, can I spend a momentum to have that?
So 4 out of 6.
Thank you. So we're down to 3. I'm going to make this threat somebody else's. So 2 momentum and 1 threat. So we're down to 1 for 4 dice. When I have a focus involved, surgery, imaging systems, emergency
No.
medicine, burn unit. I don't have that. Okay.
I'll take emergency medicine.
Thank you. Because I need it is.
3 momentum.
I
And
forget everything.
you took care. Like, you'll still need, more passes on the thermal regenerator, but
I'll send them to the auxiliary med bay and let them do the burn like the other 2 that I sent.
Yeah.
And then I'll address this one. I'm going to.
I'm spending
Wait,
3
Spend a
threat.
momentum.
I don't have it. We'll say that again.
You gain
I'll
3
spend a
momentum from the
momentum.
roll. Hold on. This guy here
Spend
wakes
a
up.
momentum for half the interval again.
Okay.
And this guy here.
He wakes up.
I
Lets out a loud howl. Ah! Kind of looks as he's got blood across his face. Grabs you, doctor. Kill me now. I will not be half a man, half a warrior. Take my Taka and sever my heart.
I'm sorry for your injuries.
Let me die by an honorable death.
What house are you from?
If you will not do it, then fetch
I
me
was-
someone that will.
I grab the handle of his blade and say, "What house are you from? Who are you? Tell me
House
now."
the Vogue. Kill
House
me.
to vote. And I surgically and immediately sever his heart from any function
With his
with his,
dagger.
with his blade. Now
You
you
know
find
what? Give me
over
a.
core.
I'll give me a control medicine difficulty 2.
It's quick, banless, and that's it. I will. I guess I'll take a. I need a momentum for a reroll, so I don't want to do it right, but I'll take a threat. I'll give you 2 threat for the situation I caused. So 2 threat and 1 momentum for 4 dice, just to finish it off properly. And I'll reroll that. Please be
There's no
good.
assist with the ship, by the way, for
There's
this.
no assist,
So
no assist.
I'll give this to you. Okay, so that's
House de War. Lost a great
four
warrior today.
4 momentum gained. As you plunge his dagger straight into his chest, he lets out a howl and falls limp with his one arm. And Reef, you walk in and you see all of this.
And I sheath it back into his thing.
Are you going to let out the clean on howl? The gates of.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay.
Warrior. May you find Stovacor.
Read.
And he'll walk away and clean himself off and check on his other patients. status.
Arif is at the moment quite tempted to just simply turn around and walk out of sick bay. Uh, but seeing that there's, I guess, of the patients laying on the beds, how many more of them are Klingon?
Currently there's only 2 more Klingons, and the rest are Croatian.
Okay. Um, Arif is going to uh, simply stand by the wall console and send ops a text to just on his order have a couple of guards stationed outside of sickbay doors, but not to come in just in case the situation gets worse. Uh, and then he's gonna stand by the wall and watch. There's still patients to hopefully not kill.
There are 2 patients left. One is a Klingon, one is a Croatian, and really they just have uh, essentially minor phaser burns.
And he'll go to the closest patient and start healing whatever needs to be done.
There's no roll, but he looks at you.
I look at a reef with a sad face and continue doing what I'm doing.
As you're treating the Klingon, he looks at you. I will remember this, Starfleet. He just gives you a nod.
I nod back. Just sit back, please.
But yeah, a little time passes, and they're all stable, and essentially some of them have to remain overnight and be monitored, in case of complications, and one has to go through the dermal regenerator again. While
This is going to take a little while, but they'll recover. Is anybody else in unstable condition? Either the crew that found them or the crew that was with them, wherever they were.
and Doctor, you notice a reef standing in the corner.
Ah, Commander. Come for a report? Or is a social call?
I don't think so, Doctor. I've been standing here and I wanted to let you know I think what you did is quite unacceptable. I won't be seeking any sort of court martial or anything like that. However, for the next, oh, certainly for now, I'd like you to make sure that you know that between sick bay and your quarters, those are essentially the 2 areas you'll be restricted to.
If that is your desire, I understand your motives, I suppose. It's not like I go around every day trying to hurt people. But I know enough about the warrior code to honor it in the most horrific of ways.
I understand. Um, and well, I'm gonna head to my office now and I'm gonna send a couple guards in to make sure, well, that your cup of honor doesn't runneth over in here.
I understand. You haven't played your go turn recently. I think it's your go.
Perhaps another day, Doctor.
Perhaps another day.
And Arif will head out and tell the guards to. How do I word this? Tell the guards to disallow. Screw it, gentlemen. Disallow any further mercy killings, and then he'll just walk off.
Nurse Riley walks up to you, Doctor. Doctor,
Yes, nurse.
we could have replaced his limbs with cybernetic ones.
Right now.
She looks very disappointed and returns back to treating the patients.
As you as you come back to the surgery bed, you see Nurse Frala look at you and say, "Doctor, my vacation could come a lot sooner if you just started employing that strategy more often."
Well, looks like they're stabilized. You might be able to catch the next shuttle to the nearest starbase or planets, wherever you're going.
Oh, I've heard great things about Epsilon Sigma 5. They have a wonderful gift shop.
Well, maybe you can get me. All I got was this lousy T-shirt.
Oh, I'll try to get you something better than that.
Oh well.
Now, let's let's fix this one up so I can take off.
Yep. Yeah, let's finish up, and I think just make sure they stay stable. And I've already the dermal regenerator has worked properly, so hopefully we'll be able to regenerate everything properly in due time.
Of course.
All
But he'll be
right.
shaking his head the rest of the day. So
We're going to head over to Garibaldi and Faye. Um, near the end of your trip, which took you nearly almost 2 days, the scout ship drops out of warp into essentially in a system, but in empty space. She goes, "Well, we're here."
Wherever here is, you bring me to the loveliest places, Faye.
At least there's no spiders.
Touche. But the day is young. Who are we expecting?
A Federation cargo ship.
I'm assuming, which is the two of us in this little shuttle, the plan is not to overpower them.
Wasn't really planning on doing anything to the cargo ship. Merely just I wanted to follow it to its destination here. I'm assuming it's going to go to its buyer or drop off point. If the information's accurate.
Well, I hope either the information is accurate or you'll get a refund.
or just learn to never trust a reporter.
Well, reporters aren't exactly a trustworthy lot to begin with.
Neither are spies.
Huh. But I'm not a very good spy, so you can trust me.
And just as the two of you were talking back and forth, indicate your console beeps indicating a warp signature as a vessel drops out of warp nearby.
Uh, Garibaldi will get whatever kind of passive scan he needs to ensure that we can track the ship.
Uh, Insight Science Div 2. Sensor science from the scout ship.
Okay. I will spend one of my little momentums. Come on. Woo! Saved by the ship.
The scout ship in the cargo vessel in question is heavily shielded, so you're not able to get what's in the cargo containment. Um, However, it's not on the. It's on the sort of I want to say larger side of things. It's more like a scale 4. Um, it nearly flies right on top of the scout vessel, so you get a nice, good view of it through the window. Um, as it heads towards more or less inner parts of the system, as Faye fires the maneuvering thrusters to follow it closely as possible. Um, as she navigates the scout ship, it follows the cargo vessel. Um, on the sensors as well as through the windows, you see sort of a shimmer as what appears to be an entire station decloaks.
That's. What does this station look like?
It looks give me insight engineering diff 1.
Okay. I'm going to spend another one of my little momentums for a third die.
Get 3, so 1 float. To your recollection, it seems to be more of a modular station of essentially Starfleet and um, civilian design. You count at least 10 research and habitation pods.
Are there any familiar looking ships in dock right now?
No, it's just the cargo vessel and the station.
Trying to think what I could do with my little float there. Can I spend that float and one more to create an advantage that we can kind of stay in the cargo ship's kind of sensor shadow to kind of help us stay hidden? Like I can send some trajectory or plot information to Faye.
No, but I will let you create the advantage that you can create sort of a blind sensor map to where you can potentially avoid the station if it decloaks.
Okay,
Or sorry,
that's
if it
fair.
cloaks again.
That's fair. I'll take that. Um, well, okay, so Garibaldi's going to take the opportunity to get as detailed a scan as he can get without being detected.
What are you scanning for on the station? Like a generic scan or life
Yeah,
science?
because I don't know exactly what he's looking for, so he's trying to get a general scan so that he knows what to look for. Does that make sense?
Uh, let's go with reason engineering difficulty 3, assisted by sensors engineering.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and spend the momentum for did the reading
Okay.
because we are in a different scene from the last time I used it, right?
Yes.
And then still diff 3, so we'll also spend a momentum for a third die. Saved by the ship again. Two momentum gained, right?
Yep. 2 momentum gained. The station, you were kind of correct, like with your observations that it contains 10 research habitation pods, all interconnected with each other. One of them appears to be a Hainer module, while a couple are sort of medical and research base, and several of them are habitation, meaning they're potentially areas for crew.
Okay. Could I spend a momentum on information gain to see how heavily crewed it is?
Sure.
All right, Faye. I'm reading 68 life forms aboard. This looks largely research based.
What do you say? We, I beam aboard. We poke around for a little bit, see what I can find.
I'm game. If you can find a place to hide your shuttle. It'd be nice if there was a way we could. Think you can beam us aboard without getting us detected? Without them picking up the transporter signature?
I'll have to get in close. Though, I think one of us is going to have to stay behind for the beam out. Not sure if the computer can handle it, especially if the station cloaks.
Probably not. You want me to go have a look?
Give me presence
Sure.
command opposed. She wants to go, but she
She don't want to trust the worst spy in Starfleet, huh?
well, she really wants to go over there, but
I'm gonna roll flat, but I'm gonna persuasion as a focus.
sure, she'll roll flat as well. It's a tie. You're both very convincing to each other. Like, no, I should go.
But it's your ship. You're the one that knows all the security protocols of this vessel.
But you're better at engineering. You should stay here.
But you said I couldn't have the ship. Do you really trust me not to leave you here? Remember, you just said spies can't be trusted.
Then how can I trust you going over there to get the information? Yes, it goes on and on. So do you want to succeed at cost? Is my question. Or yield to Faye?
I am. I'm gonna succeed at cost because
Okay.
the doctor will never forgive me if I have to leave her here.
Okay. Faye goes, all right, fine. Fine. You can get to go, but we stay in constant communication and I'll pick the spot that I think is the most suitable for infiltration. That's the complication.
Okay, just make sure the spot's unoccupied.
Don't worry. Assuming you set your foot on the transporter pad, uh, it's gonna be actually diff 1. Advanced sensors. She's at the terminal. Yeah, I feel like she could make this without 11. So with no focus. Can she have spend a momentum though, just in case?
You can have the momentum, and I'm going to use my intelligence officer power so that I have, that the special covert uniform that suppresses my life signs and whatnot.
So the tech neck.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. 2 momentum generated as you are whisked away. Meanwhile, we are back over to DS17, where there is no Garibaldi.
There is no Garibaldi present. I didn't want your last statement to be foreshadowing.
Touche.
And we never heard from him again.
There's a chime at your door.
Enter. Oh, Ambassador, I was just about to call you.
You currently in possession of 7 fugitives. I would like them to be handed over to the Klingon embassy at once, given they are stable.
As soon as the doctor confirms that, you can have them with my blessing. However, one thing I will need to inform you that number is in fact 6. Um, as the Klingon ambassador to the station, I have to ask. One of my doctors performed what I believe is in line with your honor system, a ritualistic, um, well, a ritualistic ritual that ended his life. Is that going to be a problem for you on your end?
It has already been done, but that warrior did not deserve an honorable death.
I understand, Ambassador. I need to know, do you intend to follow up any action against my doctor?
No.
Very well. At the moment the doctor confirms them safe for travel, they will be handed over to you immediately. This is, with all due respect, I consider this, at least for now, an internal matter until you need our help again.
He just gives you a nod and walks out. To catch you up on current events, Vogel, Garibaldi went off on a side mission. The ranger responded to a distress. Station sent out the ranger after receiving a distress signal from a damaged Burrell class vessel. which you recovered, which there was 8 life signs. Only 7 made it through the transport. One did not make it by the time, or well, died on DS-17. Currently, all the remaining 6 are stable. One is currently in the VIP suite under guard.
VIP, huh?
Yes. And I'm assuming you also took command of the sentry to sort of go with the ranger just in case it was a trap.
Say that last part again.
You took command of the sentry and followed the ranger just in case it was a trap. Like the guys were walking into a trap, just in case.
Okay. More firepower. Got it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna just throw you in. You see the ambassador exit the commander's office.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just walk into Arif's office. Open door policy and whatnot.
Sarah?
Notice the ambassador just leaving the office.
Yes. Listen, I'm sure you heard what happened down in sick bay. I unfortunately had the good grace to see it. Dr. Mountain decided to perform an honor killing.
I see. I just got back to the station. This is the first time hearing of it.
Oh, well, welcome back.
The sentry is a little bit slower than the ranger.
Well, that's certainly fair. In that case, consider that, well, the report on what's been going on. Look, we need Mountain on our side at the moment. Uh, and he's a good guy. I don't know what's up. So I'm gonna step back from the punishment angle and put this on your in your hands. Though I would request perhaps something creative in the manner with which you so frequently punish GQ. Just something a lot bigger.
Is punishment really necessary in this case, sir?
No, probably not, but how would it look if we didn't?
I mean, this sounds very much to me like a issue of doctor-patient confidentiality.
Yeah, that would be nice. However, DS-17, it's still gonna get out. I'd be surprised if it hasn't already. And, well, quite frankly, with your, um, well, with your handsome dinner date on board, I'd like to, um, definitely not give the impression that the doctor has gotten away with this.
If you wish, sir, I could bring up the issue with Roland. I mean, with the JAG office.
No, no, I would prefer that you didn't. Certainly, certainly until we take care of. Now, I'll be honest with you, Sarah. I'm annoyed that he did it, but I don't think that he did the wrong thing. And quite frankly, I'm I'm very okay with him simply suffering symbolic trouble. Um, you bring Roland into this, he might actually have to suffer consequences.
I was just thinking just to see if there's any legal ramifications that we're not considering.
Uh,
But I also see your point, sir.
well, you know what? Use your best judgment.
I mean, this one's tricky because, I mean, at the end of the day, he is the patient's doctor, and their medical care should be up to the doctor, and any decision should be up to the patient doctor. I don't think we have any say, nor would Starfleet should have any say in what the correct course of treatment is.
And
We, we also
I,
do have to consider that this is very much a Klingon ritual.
I agree with all your points completely. And, well, quite frankly, the only thing that peeved the ambassador off is the fact that the doc gave honor to an enemy. So,
Sorry, can you say that again? I was having a coughing fit.
uh, I agree with all your points, Sarah, and the only thing that peeved the ambassador off is that the doctor gave honor to an enemy. And I don't think there's going to be any trouble there. But with the doc and all of our most recent escapade, um, it's just simply not the argument or the story I think suits us well right now.
I think the only thing you and I would need to be concerned about is, did the doctor speak with you prior before carrying out this treatment?
Oh no, I was no, definitely not.
Because if nothing else, he may have potentially created a diplomatic issue for us.
Nope, he was pretty intent on taking the decision in his own hands. I doubt he even knew I was in the room.
The only thing I could potentially see any type of punishment for is not keeping command staff in the loop.
Well, that works for me. It's flimsy, but it works, and it's something that doesn't have to go on his official record.
This sort of might be like a do not do that again, doctor type situation.
And hopefully, a couple hours of uh, his exquisitely fine attention to detail, cleaning something with something awfully small.
Well, I'm sure the sick bay on the Ranger could use a good polish.
Excellent, certainly after today. And no, I'm not that mean. I won't make him scrub the shuttle bay.
Shuttle bay seems more like a Garibaldi task.
Yeah, but we don't want to save it for when he gets back. I'll uh I'll put our custodian on it. He's seen worse. It's getting a little bit more complicated, Sarah, isn't it?
Would seem so. How I miss the days of just trying to coordinate coordinate docking pads for the plethora of ships that were around our station.
That's fair. And just think, as the captain of a starship, hell, you're gonna. It's not about you waiting for these opportunities to find you. You steer yourself into it.
Sorry, more coughing fit.
No, you're good. Um, well, I mean, and I don't think the Klingons are gonna make any noise about this. I can fill you in on a little bit of actually. Let's take a little trip. GQ's ship is still here, right?
He didn't take it with him.
He took someone else's ship.
Excellent. Let's go take a quick tour of that Orion ship.
I could use a little exercise.
Excellent. If nothing else, we can plant a couple things while GQ is out to, well, mess with him. Alrighty. I have to admit, I'm completely out of my league. If somebody's installed new things here, I'm not gonna find them, but maybe you could do a quick sweep.
Probably out of my depth too, but couldn't hurt a little sensor scan.
Looking for bugs.
Yep.
Reason security, diff 2.
Since we have 5 momentum, I'll use one. Hey, I got that necklace thing. I'll use it. Hey.
It is currently bug free. Assuming Garibaldi didn't plant some of his own.
Wish
Bro.
I think we did.
Garibaldi definitely planted several of his own.
Then you find several bugs.
How good did he hide them is the question.
You found them. That's the point. So you gather all the bugs, disable them, and you put them in a pile.
Oy vey. Well, let's just hope that was GQ being GQ. Um, well, long story short, it would appear that, and we, it would appear that the Klingons we picked up were castaways, I'm guessing, from somewhere in the vicinity of the station that we've so recently come across. They said that, um, at least I believe, when they were, um, when all hope was dire, they were essentially sent in a Burrell ship, hopefully to escape. And funnily enough, she thought we were her enemy. because we were Starfleet specifically.
That's an interesting turn of events.
It is. There seems to be, well, more than meets the eye from those shipbuilding stations. Uh, I have no idea where GQ is. He wouldn't tell me. Um, but he's not coming back just yet.
What did Garibaldi get himself into this time?
A brief sigh and say something that he probably shouldn't try to handle by himself, but we're probably gonna have to hope he manages to flummox his way through it again. Um,
I mean, I guess it's better that he at least told somebody he was leaving the station this time.
that's that's certainly fair. And I wanted you to keep something in the back of your mind, a thought, just a random notion I had, but it occurs to me that this network of, well, automated shipbuilding systems. Uh, no, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, nor can I give the order, but just something that I've been thinking about in the back of my mind is all of it's gonna have to be destroyed.
What was your last sentence?
All of it is going to have to be destroyed. What do you think about that?
This technology certainly could be a threat to us, but this could also be the archaeological find of the century if it is indeed from that ancient civilization we think it is from.
And all the secrecy and mystery of current events that we find ourselves enshrouded in, uh, do you, well, quite frankly, trust? I suppose is the correct word. The Starfleet to handle that investigation correctly? Or actually, let me broaden the question. Is there anyone that you trust to?
Recent events aside, it's very hard to trust anybody these days. Present company excluded, of course.
Much obliged. But the two of us can't run all of that by ourselves. That's that's what I came to too, Sarah. I can't think of a single person, not single person. I can't think of a single nation or empire that, well, uh, can be trusted with dominion over this. And quite frankly, the idea of all of them trying to work together is an impossible task.
If we're approaching this from the angle that no one in Starfleet could be trusted, then I wholeheartedly agree. Maybe we should destroy these shipyards.
And once again, it's not, it's just something that's been in the back of my mind. I wanted to air it out, perhaps get it in the, um, let it sit with you, for a little bit. Uh, if nothing else, we have to first destroy what's left of Dr. Mountain's day, and well, then we can think about it. I wanted to get it cooking in there, so. Uh, I think that's all the super secret information I can think of. Shall we put our game faces on and go see the doctor?
Suppose it's better to get it over with sooner rather than later.
That's certainly fair. And I'll hit the comm badge and say, computer, with a wry smile, I'll say, is Dr. Mountain in his quarters or in sick bay?
Doctor, do you wish to private message me on where your character is currently at?
I could tell you. It doesn't matter. Is it still duty time or not duty time?
Technically, you're still on duty.
I'm in my office.
Dr. Mountain is currently in sickbay, Medical Ward 2, main office building.
Well then, we know where to go. He has home field advantage, but there's two of us.
After you, sir.
And as you start walking, you hear your combat chirp.
Who's combat?
Commander Reeves.
More. Arif.
Sorry to disturb you, Commander. It's Lieutenant Lane, by the way.
No disturbance.
The prisoner in the VIP suite wishes to speak with you.
We'll be there. We'll be right there.
Understood.
And we will, or I'll turn to Sarah, I'll say, well, I did promise them to the ambassador, so we should probably take care of that one first.
As you wish. As you wish.
To the VIP suite we go.
As you walk over, you're greeted by Lieutenant Lane, along with two security officers outside the door.
Ah,
She's
Lieutenant-
inside waiting for you, Commander.
Thank you, Lieutenant Lane. And Arif will look at the other two. Oh, good job, Ensign Daniels. Good job, Ensign Grunkin. And he'll head into the quarters.
She stands up, gives a slight bow.
Yeah. May I introduce Commander Vogel? She's my second in command. Quite able.
Nice to meet you.
You as well.
Lieutenant Lane informed me that you wanted to speak with me. I suppose that's fair. What's up?
You are not part of the same Starfleet that attacked us.
Oh, I highly doubt that. Probably the same uniform on the outside, different on the inside.
Then you must help my mistress. I am her personal aide.
Is she one of the members of your ship?
She is. Vanna is the leader of the house. She stayed behind to give a chance for all of us to flee.
That I have to be honest with you, and Sarah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that seems slightly, well, unlikely. The we Deep Space 17 hosts the head ambassador of a warring house, and well, from all things we've seen, your house happens to be the aggressor, and if you can convince us otherwise, perhaps.
The protection facilities were disabled, but only momentarily. Only she can unlock it. As soon as they get the information out of her, she will be killed. I swore an oath. Please, well, I'm not clean on. I would ask that you please help.
Um,
She's not. She's not the person you think she is. She's been trying to regain her family's honor. It was wrongfully taken from her.
by who?
Oh, I am forgetting the name because I did not write it down in my notes from. One sec. I gotta pull it. I know where it's at.
But the real question is, was it the ambassador?
The ambassador's house is somewhat responsible for it, but House Torha is the one that is responsible. They framed my mistress' house and convinced House Mordecai to aid them in our exile. The ambassador was the one that killed the previous head of the house.
Well, ma'am, I can I can tell you the assistance that I can be, and then if you'd like to try to perhaps get more from my XO, you're welcome to. But while I can't do much to uh, brighten your own prospects, I can give you my word that I will do my due diligence to try to find more information on your claims. And if I find you to be correct, I also give you my word that I will act in whatever manner I find to be morally and ethically right to the situation. That's the best I can do. I'm not going to give you any other false promises.
Then I am at your mercy. And she sits back down.
Can you think of anything, Sarah?
Not at this time, sir.
I will ask the ambassador to allow me to hold on to you. I don't believe he will agree to it. And quite frankly, I'm not in a position to push very hard on the subject. But I will do you the courtesy of that much. It's quite frankly the most I can do along with what else I've said.
So I am to be turned over to House Morokai, along with my rest of my people.
Most likely, yes. Your people, yes. You most likely. However, if your claims are indeed correct, you have succeeded in your mission of finding help.
Then I will pray to the old gods.
And I hope they I hope they hear them. I apologize that you find yourself in this predicament. Um, then I suppose Arif's gonna head out. And when we get kind of a little bit away from the other officers, I'm gonna look to Sarah and say, do you think this is worth potentially creating a diplomatic incident over?
Did I hear them correctly and say that her mistress has the codes to the shipyards?
I apologize. I might have missed that out of character.
That was said, right? I'm
She
not
said,
imagining.
No, you're not imagining. She said her mistress locked the dry dock facilities, like put them on pause and locked it. And she has the codes and she's been imprisoned, at least to her best of her knowledge.
Well, that does put a different spin on things. We have no way of helping her secretly. If we help her, it will be known.
It sounds like the shipyards are at least locked down. I guess. Do we really believe that Klingons cannot be tortured if revealing information?
Oh. If anything, if it's locked down, it might make it easier to destroy.
At the very least, there's no new ships being made.
Indeed. This is the sprawl is starting to get a little larger than our net. Well, one thing at a time, I suppose. Let's deal with our good doctor and then figure out what we're gonna do about the damn Klingons.
Sorry, coughing fit.
Well, one thing at a time, I suppose. Let's deal with our darling doctor and then figure out how we're gonna deal with these damn Klingons. And I swear, Sarah, every posting, it's always the same story. The Klingons, they come in, and the station never smells the same.
If I didn't know any better, I would say you don't particularly enjoy the Klingons' company.
I have no problems with them. I just not a fan of being their dinner guests. And well, quite frankly, I like them better over a view screen. Now, and hell, my I have two, well, putting on stepsons, which is unfortunate.
Stepsons, huh?
Yeah, a token of Nira's he shrugs bad decisions.
Well, I'm sure that'll make the dinner table conversations more interesting.
It's okay. They stay pretty far away. Uh, but that's a whole other other bag of worms. One Klingon at a time.
And as the two of you chit chat, we're going to change scenes. Garibaldi, you find that you've beamed into a closet. You're muted, by the way. So far, so
Just-
good. I've encrypted this communication line.
Am I clear on the other side of the closet door?
There's two, but one leads to it looks like is a shuttle bay. The other one is a lounge area.
Or either one of them occupied? Or can you tell?
I'm detecting 13 life signs in the hangar bay.
All right. Let's see if I can find a computer terminal. I suppose you've locate the closest one that's not in the hangar bay.
It's gonna require a deep scan. Might get detected.
Well, I guess I'll do it the hard way then. Keep a soft lock on me and listen for my signal. I'll scream like I'll imitate the sound of a screaming young girl.
Understood.
And I will pick the door headed to the lounge and have a peek. Do I see anybody?
It's what you see on the map.
Move forward. See better if I switch to my reading glasses. What is that?
Appears to be a couple couches, a replicator, and sort of. It's not really like a terminal, but a view screen of some sort.
I'll get a little more. Couches. I'm guessing that's a door, and that.
That is a door, and that is a door.
Okay. Any symbols on these doors?
Head. Numbers on that one. This is labeled head.
Oh, the bathroom. Imagine. So I'll have a listen at this door. And, I got a tricorder. I'll scan for life signs on the other side of this door. Pass.
Reason, science, or medicine difficulty 1.
Oh.
Unless you want to create an advantage, it would be 2 to automatically detect life signs that are nearby.
Let me spend a momentum and roll for it, and then, depending on the roll, I may create an advantage. Okay.
You gain a momentum.
All right, let me spend that and then another one to create that advantage.
Okay. Life sign being is painting in here, in the immediate vicinity.
Is it moving?
Appears to be stationary.
Does this room have standard drop ceilings or ejector tube accesses?
It's you don't see any Jeffrey's tube access, but it's almost typical Starfleet design. So there's no drop ceilings.
Yeah, someone there's gonna notice me. Let me just check that head to see if there's a maintenance access or anything like that in the head. Any maintenance access in here?
No.
We'll double check the. Yeah, I will double check my closet to see if there's a. Well, you said that's a head to the docking bay,
Yep. Well,
and I'm guessing when I step in here, I get all sorts of life signs, right?
it pings. There's several immediately here. You probably can't see it, but
Can I come over to this monitor and use the fiber optic cable from the monitor to hack into the computer system?
it's just a view screen.
There's no cabling to it or anything for receiving information.
There's a little access panel like right there, but
Okay, can I use can I open that access panel and use the wiring in there to access use it as my way to gain access to the rest of the systems?
Insight engineering. Diff 1 to notice something about it.
Okay. Might as well spend my last momentum.
Gain 2. It appears it's not tied directly to the station's infrastructure. It appears to more be isolated. Appears to be a small box beside it.
Also, it looks like it's an entertainment system, does it?
Yeah.
Can I open this door quietly?
It's automatic. It's essentially automatic when you hit the button.
All right, I can't get any access from here. I'm gonna open the door. All that worrying. What's my life sign indicator? My tricorder reading just there.
Yes.
What's this? Is there any symbology on this door? The opposite of that one?
It's just marked as office.
Offices have computers in them. I will open that door if it will open. And then close it behind me. Computer system at the desk?
There doesn't appear to be a computer terminal.
Okay. Anything on or in the desk?
As you rummage through the drawers, there does not appear to be anything in the drawers.
Okay. What is this? Like a window I'm looking into something on?
Appears to be some sort of hard to kind of explain. There appears to be like a drain inside. You can see.
What did those look like?
Looks like a coat rack of some kind, with not like just essentially hangers.
That's darn peculiar, as Kirk would say. Well, unless I'm getting warnings of peoples, I'm going to here. Double check my life sign thing again. Still just the one life sign to the south of me?
Yes.
Alright, can I open? Is this the door here that I'm in front of?
Yeah.
Alright, what is in here? And seeing that looks like a window, I'm going to stay out of sight of that spot. I'm assuming I see a window here.
Yes, and you can see a access terminal.
On the other side of the window,
Yes.
but there's a guy in there. I want to get down low where I can't be seen, and so I can peek in here.
Control security, div 2.
Alright, I'm gonna give you a threat. To take my reroll.
You get low to the ground.
Can I see in there? Do I see the guy see me?
Until you move, I'm not gonna say anything.
Alright, well, since I think I'm hidden, I'm gonna scooch forward.
As you get low to the ground, um, you notice the guy's head starting to turn. You see him
But do I have time to duck back? Or duck down?
This will be a post. So
Okay.
since you gave
Staring security?
it. Yeah. Oops. I spent a threat. So you're shooting for a 2.
I'm gonna spend that threat back at you. Infiltration is a focus.
Yeah. Well, 3 momentum gained as you quickly duck as the guy kind of turns, looks behind him, and goes back to work.
But so coat rack, drains in the floor.
Yeah, a couple benches, and then looks like some lockers.
Okay, so I'm gonna get low and try to get over here to these lockers and see if I can see what's in them.
They appear to be empty.
A life sign reading south of this door on that.
None, but you're getting a ping there.
Moving or stationary?
Stationary.
Alright, so I'm just open this door and see what's on the other side of it. Like a big space. You said here or like here? In for a penny and for a pound. Sneak board a little more. More drains and benches.
No benches. Looks like some lockers and some drains.
Okay, what's anything in this locker?
You open the locker, you find various clothing items, currently neatly packed in boxes.
Civilian clothes?
Yes. I won't make you spend for it if you're rummaging through the box, but
Yeah, I'm kind of looking any particular style. Just kind of associate the style of the cut with a particular alien, particular species, or
it all appears to be women's clothing.
how about here and check my sensors?
You're not detecting. Get a faint reading over there.
Faint reading. Okay, time to get a little daring. I'm gonna actually open that door. Always make an attempt to close it and move back. Is a faint reading here?
There's a door here, and it's marked turbo lift.
Oh. The people coming. What about this?
Head.
Another one? Always people go to the bathroom.
It's conveniently positioned.
Is there this Federation style place? Are there any wall panels? Particularly near that turbo lift?
It looks it looks more of the civilian variant. But you do notice like where there should be a wall, like a terminal, like wall panel. It doesn't appear to be any that were installed. But you do see like more of the older style communication panels, like spread out.
Like TOS era?
TOS era variant, like a little bit more modernized, but they're just like where you can hit a button and communicate, like for an intercom system.
Oh, what's that? That I apparently can see through.
On the top of the so it's like an entryway. You see on the top it says reactor.
Life signs?
Ping heavily here across the other way.
But none of the other direction. Alright. I'm gonna operate on the principle that reactors tend to have control pads. Do I see is this a reactor of some sort?
Appears to be.
Does it have a control system?
Appears to be there's a control panel adjacent to it.
Okay. What are these barrels marked with?
I did not edit the map from this. The barrels aren't there.
Okay. I'm gonna take a check at my check my tricorder for the life signs thing.
Faint reading down here.
I'm kind of going to get to this corner and peek. Do I see anybody?
No.
Is a control pad here?
Yes.
And slowly, and as long as I don't see anybody, I'm going to get to this control panel.
Inside engineering diff 1.
Oops. Really don't need Deep Space 17 now. Inside engineering. I will spend one of my focuses. Spend a momentum. Get it back.
The control interface appears to only control the functions of the reactor. Currently, it's a standard Federation fusion reactor operating at peak efficiency.
But it's not connected to anything.
No.
Can I know it would be possible to bring it wirelessly to my tricorder so that I could access it remotely from somewhere else? Say, for instance, on my way out, if I want to overload this thing remotely.
You would have to find the appropriate components to make it enable to like a wireless feature.
Any chance there's anything like that around here? Or maybe I don't want to spend the time to look. What are these crates and stuff? What do they look like? Or are they not there?
There's crates. Just appears like it's marked hazard. Essentially, it's the requirements to fuel the reactor.
Oh, yeah,
So,
probably don't need that.
Inside security, diff 1.
Give you a threat. Oh,
Gain 2. You hear chatter. Whew. Oh, I'm glad that's over with. As sounds like you hear someone coming your way.
all right. Can I spend, because I have a float, can I spend the float and one more to create the advantage? I have a good place to hide.
Yeah. Sort of duck over here. Oh, I could use a break. Hopefully this job ends soon. Telling me. What the hell are they even doing here anyway? I thought it was just a research place. And it gets muffled as they keep walking.
Are they moving away from me?
Yep. It pings display, goes up, and then disappears.
Okay. Let's go back. Look here. Is this another? Okay, so this whole thing is the turbo lift, maybe?
Yeah,
Like this
the
is
center thing is is the turbo lift. There appears to be like
okay.
multiple doors, like it kind of rotates to whichever. Door here marked head.
Hmm. What is this?
Essentially appears to be a cargo bay.
Is it currently occupied?
Life savings indicate here.
Let's see what kind of cargo they got then. Stay on this side of this wall. What is it? What do I see?
Insight medicine, diff 1. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
Spend momentum. Oh god.
Everything is. You see a lot of essentially the biohazard symbol. Many things are medical, like it's not in terms for like any. More like stuff used for cryogenics and stasis. Along with some engineering parts.
Alright, I want to kind of try to stealthily peek around this corner. Especially if I think there's people over here.
Pings this way. Tricorder.
Okay. Are there any computer terminals in here?
None that you see. It looks this whole entire area is devoted to storage. This is marked EPS.
But you said the signals were over here.
Up this way. Faint readings.
Let me have a look in here. Energy conduits?
EPS relays. But yeah.
EPS relays. Anything that I can hack into?
It's electroplasmatic systems, so like you could disable them, I suppose, and ruin an engineer's day.
No, I don't want to ruining an engineer's day will make them come looking for me. Let's have a peek around this way. Anybody in that room?
You see a shuttlecraft, but life science peak or not right there, pinging up that way.
Sneak. Federation shuttlecraft, it looks like. Do I recognize the class of the shuttles that runabout or type F? Or
It's type 9.
Where's the door?
You see a engineer. Well, actually, you don't see that. That is a window.
So that's not I can't go through there.
Yeah, you can't go through there.
Am I close enough to that shuttle to establish a remote link to its computer?
For what purpose?
Download its navigational data.
Control engineering difficulty. Let's go 3 because I'm gonna spend some threat. And complication range 2.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to spend 2 momentum on a threat. Well, no wins.
Unfortunately, you're unable to get a. Appears the shuttlecraft is powered down and is currently not receiving any signals.
Yeah,
You can
so let's
pick up.
start moving back. Check my tricorder, make sure I'm not about to run into somebody. Does that read like they're in the turbo lift, moving up and down, or
Potentially.
how close? I mean, like vertically.
Appears they're going up another level.
Okay, so they're heading away from me vertically.
Yeah.
All right. And what was this?
It's marked storage.
If there's nobody in there, I'm gonna open the door and see what they're storing.
As you rummage through all the different boxes, it appears to be more sets of various clothing articles belonging to women and children.
So disturbing. There still appear to be an individual in that office.
Yes.
Is that a door?
Yes, that is a door, but you're ping here and a ping here.
All right. Get crazy. I'm gonna crawl on the ground. I'm gonna go through this door and crawl. I think I'm gonna go through this door. I'm gonna go through this door if I roll 20 will let me, and I'm going to crawl across so I stay out from in front of that window.
Oppose control security?
Daring?
Sure.
I'm gonna give you a threat so I get my bowl.
I'll squash.
It's still a momentum, yeah?
Yes, you gain a momentum.
Alright. And that's still the only life sign, is that guy?
You pick up a life sign in here and then 2 in there. And 1 over there.
Okay. Then I'm gonna come into this hallway, theoretically. Alright, so Garibaldi is going to try to do this all in one action and go through this door and quietly disable the person sitting at that table and do it quickly.
Roll opposed daring security.
Considering what I'm doing, infiltration is a focus.
Sure. You're trying to choke, I guess, assuming like choke him out.
Mm-hmm.
So he is wearing a Starfleet uniform.
That's okay. So I'm not trying to kill him.
Yeah, and I'm just letting you know.
I suppose you want to roll first so I can see what my difficulty is.
You're initiating the roll.
I'm going to take a chance and spend all 3 of that momentum. Oh no, 2 momentum and a threat because I need to activate bulb. I definitely need to activate bulb.
Gain a momentum. Yeah, you managed to essentially choke him out and knock him unconscious.
I will lock that door behind me. I kind of put him somewhere, where he's put him in that, that emergent that kind of safety thing where you put someone on their side and pull up their leg and put their head on their hand so they don't they don't choke on their own vomit, kind of thing. He is wearing a Starfleet uniform after all. Now I'm assuming there's a computer terminal here for me to hack.
Yes. Control security. Difficulty 3, complication range 2.
Okay. Here I am going to, since I break into a computer system, I have in Travel the River of Blood, I spent towards few lines I won't cross to complete the mission to break into Lieutenant Kessen's personnel file, which was a callback to when I broke into the Trills clinic. So I want to build onto that.
Okay.
String. That will not be enough for an arc for me because I need 4 to get an arc at this point. But
Oh yeah, because you get one.
But I'm going to use that to gain a determination to spend it towards the same risk taken in the pursuit of knowledge.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you a threat for a 3rd die because I need my bulb. Infiltration for a focus.
I would take computer systems.
I have that one, but I'll use my join talent to get the appropriate focus.
Okay.
Um,
Give me 2 threat or threat and momentum for the extra die.
Threat and momentum. And then will my Codebreaker talent apply or not? Trait apply? If you say yes, I'm going to hold on to it for squashing complications. Can I do that?
No, would not apply here.
Okay. Then that's all the whammy. That's all the whammy protection I have. Yay for whammy protection.
Gain 1. You access the terminal. As you're going through the terminal, you notice that a lot of the stuff is isolated to each of the levels. Though this is a engineering's log of all the pretty much maintenance going on, at least in this area. They've received quite a few shipments of quote goods, and then it's maintenance logs on the various shuttlecraft, as well as de-icing the Type 10. Or sorry, the Type 8 shuttle.
De-icing it. Any notes on there about where it's been?
The log indicate that it was due to atmospheric mission, and it's multiples, like several times. And there's currently another procedure to de-ice it again coming up.
Okay, so you say that a lot of things are isolated. is there a way to make a connection between this terminal and the computer core?
Unfortunately, not. No. Each module has its own little computer core, essentially. Almost like this station was designed that way.
Is there a map?
Indicating the various levels. There's 2 medical wards, and the rest, 1 research module, and then the rest are all habitations. 1 is marked for or sorry, 2 habitation wards are marked for guests. 1 is marked for test subjects, and then the medical ward is marked for, well, medical reasons.
Where is the medical ward in relation to where I am?
It's like a stack, so everything goes vertically. You have to go through the turbo lift, or find a way to get up there through other means.
All right. I mean, how far from where I am is the medical ward?
3 floors up.
Okay, since this seems like an engineering terminal, can I get an indication of where the Jeffries Tube's access points are?
All Jeffrey Tube accesses are within the module itself. They do not connect to each module.
Good lord.
It's an engineer's nightmare. This station is.
I get that. My little friend here, Starfleet uniform, anything different about it? Does he have a standard Starfleet comm badge on him?
He does not.
What does he have on him?
It's just the standard arrow.
But it's not a communication badge.
It is. It's just like it just like looks like a Starfleet arrow. Silver nature, but it doesn't look like your normal comm badge you have on.
Okay. Is there a way to run it through my tricorder so that I can monitor communications?
Control security difficulty of. No, control engineering diff 2.
Infiltration is a focus.
No.
I will give you 3 threat.
Is that the roll?
Yeah. I got 3 successes, so
Momentum. Yeah, you looped in the communication. You hear chatter. Oh, we're done here for now. We'll be in the lounge. till the next shipment arrives.
All right, I want to make sure this guy's going to stay out for a while.
I mean, he'd be out for a bit.
All right, and then check life signs to make sure it's safe. And it is. I'm going to go to the turbo lift. And I'm going to link. I'm going to link those comms through to Faye, and tell her if she hears that I've been discovered, just keep an ear out. If it sounds like they've found my friend that I knocked out, to be ready to get me out of here.
I will move
Any-
your token into the turbo lift.
Okay. Just standard kind of Federation turbo lift with the kind of hatch in the ceiling.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't see any access, but I'm going to scan up to see if there's anyone, up 3 levels, and see if there's anyone outside the turbo lift doors 3 levels up.
Reason medicine difficulty 3.
Is it just too far for my
Yeah.
for what I've already got set? Okay. Difficulty 3. Wow. Well, I will spend a momentum and give you 2 threat. Arrow's gonna have to stand. I don't really have anything I can do about it.
You're not detecting anything on the 3rd level up.
Then I'm gonna take the turbo lift up there and then look again when I'm closer, and hope there isn't someone about to get in the turbo lift when the door's open.
There's 4, essentially, exits.
Oh, okay. You said 4, and I was like, 4 people? Is there another way out?
Your tracker starts painting life signs this way. And down
Okay,
here. Fate readings this over in this direction.
Okay, I think I will try this exit. I'm assuming that's an exit. Yeah, that one.
As you exit, you see your friend standing there. Took you long enough.
I just look at the floor and go, damn holograms.
Lucky for you, I've disabled most of the programs for the time being.
I don't suppose you want to tell me what I've wandered into.
The research station.
I assume this is where Project Janus is being worked on.
Very astute of you. Information you need is not on this level, but Dr. Satari is here. She's actually just down the hall. She has an access code that you'll need. she'll be distracted momentarily with the call. Suggest you take that time to get the card. It's in her cabin.
Which cabin is hers?
Points. I
I
suggest
will
you
be
make
getting-
yourself scarce for the time being. He points over here. You can hide in the storage locker.
I will follow my creepy friend's advice. Thank you, Mr. Irrelevant.
Quite welcome. And his hologram fades. As you hide in the storage area, you hear the sound of heels clacking and a fade image of Dr. Starry enter the turbolift.
As soon as I hear the turbolift doors close, I will go down to her cabin. Keeping an eye out for the life signs.
There's a ping in there.
In where?
2 of them, actually.
I had to move I missed it on the map. Where?
Oh, I'm in the wrong layer.
Okay. Then he said our quarters were here.
Yep.
So quietly step in and look for her access code.
You see a desk and a small computer terminal right there.
I'm looking over here. Is it an access card, or do I need to get it off? Does it look like I need to get it off the terminal?
There appears to be an access card, or it appears to be like a card, like the old style TOS cards. Appears to be one there.
Are there blanks around here that I could transfer the information to?
Insight Security Diff 1.
I hate to do this, but give you a threat just in case I need my reroll. I got momentum to squash with. Oh, fish. Yeah.
Yes, there is. You open one drawer, you find a couple blank cards.
Okay, I'm going to use a blank to make a copy of the security code so she doesn't know I have hers.
Control Security or Engineering Diff 2.
Okay. Take a threat, and I'll spend both of those momentum. Does this feel like an infiltration thing?
It's more like a computer thing.
Or security systems?
I'll take security systems. Much threat were you giving me?
I gave you one threat, and I spent both of those momentum.
Oh, right. 4 momentum gained as you make a perfect copy. Do you wish to hack her security terminal?
I'm going to keep an eye on the... I have her code. Can I just at the moment just give you 2 momentum, create the advantage, and I make a copy of it real quick so I can get out of here?
Sure.
Because I think I want to get out of here quickly. I can always look at the data later. I will make a quick copy of it and keep an eye out. I'm going to actually move back to the supply closet and wait for her to go back. Bye.
And a few moments later, she eventually returns back to her office. Well, her room.
Yeah, he was nice enough to tell me this information. Tell me where the information I needed was. I'm going to look at the clone I made of her data to see if I can figure out where it is I need to go from here.
Standing at the edge of the doorway, your friend. Well, it's quite exciting, was it not?
I live for this stuff.
I take it you got a copy of the key card.
I did. And her computer terminal.
Good, you'll need that for the other base.
The other base?
Surprised you haven't learned it already.
Unless you're talking about that system with all the Telcon technology. Telcon, Bob,
Takan? No.
Tacon.
I'm referring to where the women are being held.
They're not being held here.
Not all of them. If you go one floor up, you'll find at least 30 of them. And on a floor, 30 more.
I don't know if there's anything I can do for them at the moment. So, where do I find the information I need?
There's a security office one floor up. Should be able to find the information you required there, though there is a researcher there.
Well, research is better than security personnel. Yeah, I'd love to stay in chat, but eventually somebody's got to find that guy I knocked out.
And then the clock is ticking.
Indeed. As long as the life sign thingy shows clear, I'm going to go back into the turbo lift and go up a level.
Doors open. You see a long hallway.
Right, life signs? Are these doors marked with anything indicating which of these is the security terminals or security office?
That's marked storage.
Oh, look, it's my holographic friend.
The station loops to the security office from either side. There are 2 guards, one on either side. I will distract one of them if you would.
That'll work.
And his hollow image fades into someone else and starts walking off.
I'm gonna monitor the life sign, the life readings to see if when the guard there moves.
They appear to enter somewhere else.
All right, then I'm gonna move quickly. Keeping an
Uh,
eye, make sure I'm not running into anybody.
life sign in there. Appearing there, you see a bunch of women kind of in medical gowns. And small
Moving.
children.
Getting pissed off, but moving. Can't help them if I'm dead. Moving, looking for the security office.
It says lounge here. It says mess hall there.
Lounge? Mess hall?
Yes.
Is this hallway curving around without boxes in it?
No. There's boxes there.
Okay, dude said the security office was here.
Do you want to peek in a room?
Yeah, peek in. Let's peek here, as long as there are any life signs behind that door.
Pick up a life sign there.
Alright, he said there was a researcher in the security office. I just kind of cautiously move here. Maybe a door. Does that say head? Is that a head or is that a door to something else?
Here?
Yeah.
Security office.
Alright. I'm going to attempt the same thing I tried before. Open the door and bum rush whoever's in.
Daring security opposed.
Um, one threat, both momentum. Does this feel like infiltration?
Sure.
I'm going to reroll 0. Oh, I'm
Come
not.
on, complication.
I'm gonna let that roll stand just like it is.
3 momentum gained. And he's knocked out.
I will put him in the kind of safety position and then begin download using my newly found security codes to download these computers and look for the information. I don't know how long the guy's going to stay distracted, so I'm just going to download the contents of these security terminals. Hey, it's the cloning center on the water planet. I found. No, I forgot what that planet was.
Camino?
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't remember that. Yeah, you downloaded like a map of this particular area. You can assume this one's probably set up the same way as the other habitational modules. Give me an insight security diff 1.
Take a bold. Take a threat. Turn that off.
Comp 2.
Oh, you'll have to check to see if I trip that. Did that 0? I can't read these. Okay.
Say, gain of momentum. There is apparently another facility on a Class L planet, from what you can tell, that's close by within the system. All of the women brought in have markers that they're essentially to be treated for, for certain diseases just in case, blah, blah, blah. And also for potential hypothermia if it comes across.
All right. So I have the coordinates of this other base. Anything else of interest in these files?
For a momentum.
I will give you that momentum.
Each subject is marked for essentially scheduled at a certain time to be sent to the medical ward for harvesting.
Now I'm tempted to blow this place up, but that'd be a lot of innocent death. I'm gonna contact Faye. I think I've got what we're gonna get here. Get me out of here.
Understood. and you materialize back on the scout ship.
There's another facility near the system. Garibaldi would give her the coordinates. We need to go here next.
She was like, okay. And it doesn't take too long to get over there. As you, the scout ship flies to the coordinates, give me a reason, science, or engineering difficulty of 2, complication range 3.
Okay, I'm going to do the science version. And I'm going to spend all 3 of my momentum for 2 dice.
Gain him. Scout ship. Gain 2.
Get them back. Well, no, I spent 3. I get 2 back.
On your sensors or on the scanners, you detect a base that is shielded to prevent transportation, but you are detecting essentially a underground complex with thousands of life signs.
That'll be interesting, because that's where we need to go. Thousands of life signs, from what I read in their security files, swimming for harvesting.
They needed genetic material to create me.
They're creating a lot of
anything-
people.
Did you get anything else?
I don't know what I found yet. He will start pulling up the information he got from the doctor's computer. Help me go through this and see what we can find. Let's see if we can get some information, see what I'm looking for when I get over there.
$50,000? There was only a handful. Whoever this guy is, he's building an army.
Yeah, well, he's already built a fleet.
Appears they're harvesting the egg cells from these women. I wonder what they're doing with them afterwards.
Staffing the ships they've made? What's a nuoid? That must be you.
Thanks.
No offense. That must be what they're calling their creations.
Well, they had to give us a name, I guess.
Well, they were sure she was certainly accurate about the organ failure. We've got to find out who these benefactors are.
Admiral Keeson ordered a special Noid?
That makes sense. His daughter.
It says here there's twins.
Well,
What
the
happened
daughter
to-
that I know.
What happened to the other twin?
I don't know. But the one daughter, it makes sense. That it explains her security. It explains her Starfleet file. All the gaps in her file.
Wow. I guess it's good to know that I'm related to the monster that created me.
No, they created you. It can't be that much of a monster. That probably wasn't the compliment I thought it was going to be, but I meant well.
Oh, I guess she also has a fascination for Dr. Mountain.
Wow. The doctor's going to be so pleased to find out what he's assisted with.
Should we set a course to get out of here?
No. That station, maybe the identity of these benefactors is somewhere on that station. But it's shielded to prevent beaming. But I got a security code.
And on your sensors indicate a massive ship just jumped out of warp, heading to the Class L planet.
Well, I guess it's that huge Starfleet Federation type vessel that we saw. What's it look like? And has it detected us?
No, doesn't appear to so. The vessel doesn't fly close to you, but heads straight towards the planet and enters orbit. I'm not liking the looks of this.
If they're going to beam down, they're going to have to lower the shielding. It'd give me a window to get down there.
I'm picking up another warp signature coming in. It appears to be a sovereign class.
As long as we're hidden, we're good. Let's see if we can get an identification or a warp signature on either of those two vessels. What class vessel is the first ship?
It's unknown. It's not in the Federation database.
Sovereign vessel. Has it detected us?
Don't think so. They appear to join the other vessel.
Did you get its registry number when it went by?
This cannot be right.
Why not?
The registry belongs to the USS Expedition.
That cannot be right. The Expedition is Praxis ship.
Isn't she command of an Intrepid now?
But who's the captain of the expedition? Unless that's just another ship with that name. Can we match its warp signature to the Federation database?
And reason engineering, difficulty 1. Ship's no help this time.
I'm going to spend one of my 2 momentum.
Gain 2. It matches the old Sovereign class expedition's warp signature.
Garibaldi racks his memory trying to see if he remembers what happened to that ship.
Captain Morgan literally got it destroyed trying to go into the Ebon Expanse. And there was a whole court-martial.
Oh, that incident.
Yes.
How can that ship be here if it's destroyed? Of course, then again, Captain Morgan isn't where he's supposed to be either. You know, it's entirely possible, Faye, that we're in over our heads.
I think we need backup. In either
Let's get
case,
up.
whatever they're doing to these women, we need to rescue them. And we can't deal with this ship.
I'm not going up against whatever that is. Think we can get a thorough scan of that without being detected?
One way to find out.
I mean, if they see...
It's opposed roll, so...
What's the role going to be?
Reason engineering, suggested by the scout ship's sensors engineering. You have advanced sensors, so that's going to lower the difficulty by 1. So, but well, give you a success.
Okay. Well, since I still have a determination, I'm going to spend it towards risk taken. The pursuit of knowledge must be taken. And I will spend all 3 of my momentum. Oh. I need 5 for 2 more dice, don't I? I'll spend my 3 momentum and 2 threat.
So 4, technically 5. I'm going to spend 3 threat. The last one is the ship.
Those don't look like good rolls.
It's technically 15 hits. The 16s don't. Yeah, but they get 3 successes versus your 5, so 2 momentum gained out of the back. So.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta take that'd give me 2 each.
The big one is a size 7 vessel in terms for game terminology. It has got attached a giant phaser plant, essentially, to the saucer section. It also carries a secondary vessel the size of a Defiant on the aft of the ship, along with saucer separation, multiple phaser arrays, blah blah blah.
Okay. Let's get out of here, Faye.
Where to?
Takes us back to that system I wanted to go to. We probably just need to go to the edge of it. I got a feeling I know what we're going to find, but I need to verify and get a scan.
I'm going to speed things along as you get close to that system in question. There are multiple Federation vessels around that station. You don't detect any Klingon ships, but there's no activity from the dry docks.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of ships, and we're just going to go, whoop, this is a bad idea, and leave.
Okay. Next scene.
We're headed back to the planet below the station.
Are you going to contact a reef or anyone? Just so you know, those two vessels are currently in orbit.
I am. How long is it going to take us to get back to Deep Space 17?
Couple days.
I'm just going to send a burst transmission to a reef to let him know I'm on my way back, and give him my ETA.
Speeding is long. Reef, you receive a essentially transmission that's a recorded one.
Alrighty. I'll pass that on to Sarah, and she's right there.
It's just a brief voice only message from Garibaldi. It says, "I'm on my way back. I'll be back on date. We have problems."
Well, that third line is certainly ominous and unnecessary if no more information is attached. Arif will grumble to himself.
Given that this is Garibaldi we're talking about, if he feels he can't deal with this alone, is reaching out for help, it must be really bad.
Either that or he's getting seasoned, so I assume it's really bad. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what the bad news is.
I'll make sure the two ships are ready to go just in case.
Excellent. And let's see what we can do about getting these Klingon ships churned out quicker. So if nothing else, we can get everything prepared for the worst.
Understood. I'll talk with maintenance.
Much obliged.
I'm going to jump a couple of days ahead as Faye and Garibaldi return, and I'm assuming you're meeting in the Orion ship.
Yeah, I'll let Faye choose. If she doesn't want to make an appearance and reveal herself, she can just transport him to Arif's office.
She'll make an appearance.
All right. See, I told you I'd be careful and I'd be back, Commander.
You just see a woman wearing a Starfleet tactical covert uniform, kind of lounging next to Garibaldi, as Orion ship, as the three of you walk in.
Ma'am?
Hey there.
A new friend you picked up, Garibaldi?
Yeah, she can be trusted. I'll let her introduce herself if she wishes, but she can be trusted. The system we visited with the dry docks is gone quiet except that it is covered in Starfleet vessels.
Who's running those ships? Is it? What do you
Huh.
mean?
Well, we weren't going to stick around long enough to get that detail to scan. I also found, with my friend's assistance, somebody is not just making ships, they're making people by the tens of thousands. You remember that large Federation-looking vessel that we saw momentarily?
Unfortunately.
Garibaldi will pull up the scan of the one he found. I found another one.
That's quite impressive.
I think this one's bigger.
Even
And
more
then I found this, and throws up the scan of the expedition.
less impressive, but highly curious.
That ship is supposed to be destroyed. The
Indeed.
warp signature matches the the original USS Expedition. If you remember, Dr. Mountain brought to our attention that Captain Morgan is not on the penal colony in New Zealand. In fact, New Zealand has no record of him ever arriving after his court-martial.
Is he still on the expedition?
So
No way of knowing that.
Right. Great.
Reef, there are tens of thousands of women who are being harvested for their genetic material and their eggs. In the system, I found the expedition and that other ship.
Well, that's pretty
Okay.
unethical.
Well, by the way, Doctor, you helped them.
Not directly, but I suppose that would be.
No, directly, but unknowingly.
Perhaps.
Not perhaps. And Garibaldi will throw up the messages that, I don't know how to share those from the private message to everyone else from my phone.
Do I know this doctor?
You worked with her briefly. She's from
She's
the
the one you
Foundation.
She's the one you had me look into. The one who so cleverly
Well,
managed
he
her.
helped the clones survive, at least. They've created it up to a point in which their DNA stealing has been used, but the clones have been, for the most part, without my help, ectoplasm goop, I guess. So, in a way, perhaps I've started that process. Or continued it, I guess.
Well, it's not your fault, Doctor. You didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, but I have been more bold recently, and I'm regretting a couple of choices I've made.
Well, if you've lived as long as the Reef has, you make lots of choices you regret.
Not as many as you think.
But notice who signed the message. Morgan.
Huh.
If you need further resources, request them from Captain Morgan. from whoever this benefactor is.
Well, one thing is quite clear, and that's that these shipyards and these people are quite connected. I think we're
At
gonna
least
have
an
to
admiral.
figure out a way to cause them both to cease to be operational.
We need to do something. And I'm fairly certain we can't contact Starfleet Intelligence for help.
Nope, I would say that's pretty fair, all things considered.
We need more ships. I was
We need a
thinking,
lot of ships.
I just have a funny feeling those women, once they're done with harvesting them, I don't think they're going to be alive.
Sounds
That is-
like they're gonna kill them after they're done with them. We gotta get there before the end of their phase. Can you talk to Starfleet Command? Maybe Felix would help the Admiral to bring it even higher than his own friend? Or can we even trust him? Can you do it,
Oh.
Arif?
Remember, Admiral Keenan is the head of Starfleet Counterintelligence.
You have a talk to him? Can you?
It looks like he's involved based on these logs.
Keenan certainly is. But to get help from Starfleet without Admiral Keenan finding out,
We have to keep it close to the vests, so the only people on the station right now. And then as far as we can go from there.
All their forces seem to be preoccupied at that shipyard. A few ships should be able to handle. I would think handle that research outpost. We have the coordinates. See if it's close.
Klingon.
We can barrage it with phaser fire.
the Klingons would help, wouldn't they?
You're taking it the wrong way. We need to rescue them from that place, not destroy them with them.
Didn't say
There's
destroy
so
it.
many.
We have to take out their
The-
shields.
We have to take over. I don't know how. Don't ask me why. But the important part is to take one of those transport ships and take as many of them off of this colony as the station before we blow it up. I mean, only the ones the ones that have been used as test subjects, the ones that are going to be exterminated. We have to help as many as we can.
I don't disagree with you, Doctor, but we will need firepower to take down that station's shields and its cloak.
And that is an addition to what we need.
And we're going to need
Right.
plenty of. And he points to that scale 7 Starfleet vessel, and we're going to need a lot of firepower to take that down.
Not to mention if there's a sovereign floating around too.
Can a small few take out the largest of it all? Is there a way to figure that out? Is there a way to sneak into there, get as close as we can, beam on while their guard's down because there's nothing going on out there? And then once we're in, bring in all the fleet. It'll lose a big piece, and we might be able to do it.
The question is, who are we going to get to help?
Do we know anybody nearby? I know the Nightingale would be good to have nearby, especially if we go full assault.
Well, we might need the Blader for backup, but the Nightingale's a medical ship.
Exactly. So they're in the back lines, while the front ships, wherever nearby, I don't know, Gungan, Cogner, I don't know. Who do you got around here?
Gunner's been reassigned, and they're on the opposite end of the Federation space currently.
How convenient for Keenan. How many ships are in this sector anyway? Left.
What about the real expedition?
I think they're nearby.
Commander Reef, what other resources do we have in the area? You and Sarah are our tactical experts.
With a bit of a smile, Arif will say, well, we potentially have the Kuathians and we potentially have the Vorkala. The fact of the matter is we don't have a lot of Starfleet doesn't have a lot of ships, certainly not enough to carry this many people. We're going to need to find help from the outside.
So I hate to say this, but with all that's going on, we can't exactly trust people in Starfleet at this point. We don't know exactly who we can trust, who's not involved.
Well, from what I saw on the edge of the Ebon Expanse, the Klingons have got a chip on their shoulder, or a reason to be angry. Hell, the renegade Klingon house. It looks like it was a lot of their ships that were destroyed. I bet they got a reason for a little revenge.
Not sure how that would go over with the Klingon ambassador, though.
Well, depends on which house has the most ships, the most powerful ships, and if it's the renegade house, well, the Klingon ambassador doesn't have to find out about it.
Do we dare involve the Kuathians? It is near their space.
Are they even able to lend ships given their latest civil war?
Yeah, able and willing are both
Right.
considerations there.
Well, this it's oxymoronic, but it's ironic anyway. It's a internal matter to the Federation right now.
Be that as it may, destroying those shipyards is, quite frankly, the best outcome for every empire, in the quadrant or not.
But the
Yeah.
Well,
knowledge can always be used again. How do you stop that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
The knowledge is going to continue. How do we stop that? They'll do it somewhere else. Maybe they have more than one facility. We don't even know any of that.
well, those shipyards are technology several millennia old. I imagine none of the species in the quadrant have the technological know-how to recreate those things.
Indeed, Doctor, it's one thing to scan it. It's one thing to use it, but it's quite another to build it.
Luckily, it would seem that that renegade Klingon house were able to at least stall production of those facilities, if they can be believed.
Those facilities were cold. My friend and I stopped there on our way back.
The question is, how long will they remain offline?
No idea, but they're right now. The shipyards are crawling with vessels. We'd be horribly outnumbered. That's going to have to be a secondary objective. I think we need to get to this facility, destroy both of those facilities, and rescue the women needs to be our priority. We're going to need combat vessels, transport ships, or at least steal some transport ships.
Were there any transport ships when we were helping when the colony was being transferred away from the destruction? Are any of those around, the non-commissioned ones? The non-Federation ones?
GM will tell you those vessels are still engaging in the essentially move of the Unearthians to their new colony.
Damn it. Take it away from them.
Garibaldi's going to go back into that the first records that he downloaded with the cargo schedules on it, and see if there are any of those big cargo ships scheduled. See if you can find a schedule for those big Class 4 cargo ships like the ones we saw, or the one we saw.
For a momentum, which is your last one.
You can have it.
Those cargo vessels, from what you look at the list, are going to be filled with cargo, and you suspect that they're probably filled with more women.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps we can liberate one of these. One or more of these. Or as an interesting distraction. Liberate one of them and fill it full of troops. If we could find troops.
Well, perhaps at least some security from DS-17 could help. It's Garibaldi. You may know this already, but this is very akin to slavery, using photogenic material and that kind of stuff. I would never condone that, of course, but you understand that that's why we need to help them first, and then destroy either the computer system in the inside or the reactor or whatever, however that turns out.
Oh, me and my companion are in agreement. Rescue the women, then destroy the facility.
Thank you. Yeah. You look familiar somehow. Or, well, sound familiar anyway. Anyway, have we not met before?
Perhaps
Anyway.
a lifetime ago.
Yeah, maybe so. Anyway, so yeah, really we need to, that's a good idea. Keep that order priority.
Well, commanders, I'll leave it up to the two of you to scrounge up ships. That's beyond my rank.
I could always reach out to Captain Prax, see if she can't divert her mission.
She'd probably be pissed when she finds out her old ship, is being used for these purposes.
No doubt.
I bet she'd be willing just as soon as you tell her that.
I think the go should be get Captain Prax back to the station, but perhaps in this room to fill her in.
Certainly not a conversation we want to have over subspace.
My thoughts exactly.
Who else is in the area? The TMN in the area or other ships?
If I remember the mission briefings correctly, I believe the Tiananmen and the Expedition are actually on mission together.
Maybe we can get them both.
It's worth a shot.
Garibaldi points at that scale 7 ship again. That.
Is there an Enterprise in this quadrant? Maybe it would take on the 7, maybe not.
Fortunately, I think current Starfleet ships stationed in this sector are limited.
Yeah.
What I wouldn't give for one of those new Vesta classes.
Yeah, but we wouldn't get here for a month.
With that, I think we'll bring the session to a close.